All right. Well, hopefully, if anybody's in YouTube, you can hear me now. If you can't, I don't know what to do because the mic's enabled. I see the mic little icon moving, indicating that I am good to go. So hopefully, you guys can hear me now on YouTube. If not, I just don't know what to do. Come over to the main room. All right, guys. Let's see. Okay, so back in. I've enabled. Are we good now? Are we good now? Oh, perfect. Okay. I don't know what happened. Just redid the stream. Okay, great. All right. So William is in a little back of the envelope for IMRX 362 in share. So the reason I asked William, any of these bios that get beaten up, sometimes they get beaten up. It's down 26%. They updated the phase 2A trial. Initially, the market popped up a little bit, but then it dropped. The stock popped a little bit. They announced that news after hours yesterday. So now we're going to see if this is maybe a bit of overkill. Has enough support, 4 years of operations, company has 11 different cancer drugs. So it's not just a one-trick pony. Okay, and as William says, everything I read in the release sounds stellar. So I cannot for the life of me understand this sell-off. Okay. All right. So it's not a complete dead end on this one. So I'll be keeping an eye on this. The next low looking left is just around the 6 level for the IMRX. How was silver doing today? Well, take a look at SLV. Silver is no bueno. How's that, Marco? So yeah, so silver is getting hit today. That's a big drop, 5.5% right now. So the silver miners, the miners had a unbelievable, well, a huge recovery day. Also, I mean, silver did this at the beginning, and then silver not so much this the ETF, but a lot of the miners just absolutely rebounded. But right now, there's definitely weakening in silver today. Well, that's how it looks. I'm sure gold is probably going to look about the same. GLD, not quite as, actually, it's not nearly as dramatic as silver. But right now, silver is not to be in right now. Though, like yesterday, we had a tremendous bounce on a lot of the silver miners off the lows. So let's see what else is happening. RGC, my goodness, kicking myself for not taking just a little bit of a few shares at 30 a couple of days ago. On the way again, guys. I don't think there's any news on this one. We can never seem to find any news on this one. Oh boy, what a run over 30. I went over ASPC. ASPC, this is it's a SPAC, super low float. It was actually halted. I'm sorry, I'm looking at old news here. You know what? Let me take a look at energy. I've seen this. I don't know if it's overall, but DQ is getting hit a little bit. Nope. So it's energy. XLE is actually basically flat right now. All right. Now NVVE, looking left. Let's see. The next high is around about five. And there's 540. Boy, if we can take all that out, it has a ton of room. NV, let's see, regains NASDAQ compliance under minimum bid price rule, so they obviously did a reverse split. Sometime, 1 million in the float. William, this is one of your favorite ones, CMBT. Germany? It's Germany, right? Excuse me, sorry, Germans. Belgium. Sorry. Belgium stock. CMBT. Let's see, the next high looking left, 1111, and after that, 1132. So not that much room, but boy, what a choppy looking weekly chart on CMBT. Is woke halted WOK? No, let's take a look. The answer is no. That I can see, it's not halted. Maybe not trading very much, but it's not halted. Of course, we asked that a little while ago, 906. Don't see any news on woke today, WOK. Don't see any news. Frito-Lays, good morning. Well, let's take a look at one miner. I want to take a look at HYMC. See if it's succumbing. So it's down also with silver being down. Yeah, they had an offering, I think, on the 30th, DJ. I think that's what I saw. Maybe wrong. I might have been another stock. That's Interactive Brokers headline news, Brian. Okay, my broker is Interactive Brokers. So that's what I use. IMG was up. Yeah, I had a nice pop after hours yesterday. Yeah, so do we believe this? Do we believe this? I mean, 4.5 million in the float, China stock. Do we believe this? Okay, securing approximately 124 million dollars in computing power-related commercial contracts in Q4 2025. Do we believe it? That float? Whoa, ELME. Is this another bio? Okay, no, there's something going on here. Looks like this was a. I don't know what's going on here. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on here in my single stock window. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on here, guys. I mean, it looks like it's almost like a day of dividend. Okay, special dividend. That's what I kind of thought. Company pays out a special dividend. All right. UAVS. This says it was a buy a few days ago with our AI. There's that little buy flag right there. And projection was at around $1. Problem can't see it. Well, it's got to be above the buy price. So coming into the 200-day moving average. My guess is I don't have shorts for FLYX. No shorts available. Interactive Brokers. Speaking of shorts available, So somebody said that Glue did announce a financing, but no price yet. So maintained by Guggenheim. We saw this yesterday, $34 price target, raised from 16. Where did you see that they were going to be doing a financing? Here we go. So that's after hours. Dips after $200 million equity offered launch. I don't see the price though. The price of it. Good for them though. I mean, they were at least able to take advantage. It looks like anyway, depending on the price of the pop. Buddha. Okay, there's an IPO today scheduled. Buddha to Obi. Not a SPAC, so it's not trading yet. I'll just put a price alert. Create a price alert for it. Morning, Vito, in our YouTube room. So CRMD, technically not an earnings play, but is getting trounced right now. 25% now. Through the 200-day moving average. What happened yesterday? It closed right at it, right at the 200-day. The market got kind of mixed bag yesterday. I mean, the Qs were up just a little bit, the SPYs were down, but the Dow got hammered a little bit. So let's take a look at some of the major sectors. XLE, didn't have a great day yesterday. It's drifting down again. Looking at that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I'm very simple, Vito. I mean, and that's a question about APLD specifically, but to me, APLD, I mean, it's had a tremendous run, but it's choppy, very choppy. And what are you talking about for a swing trade or an intraday trade? I'm an intraday trader, remember. So it's an earnings play yesterday. I'm sorry, you're right. It's an earnings play today, actually. So right now, it's reacted well to earnings. I just looked left. The next high is 31.76, pretty close. Well, again, I'm not a swing trader at all. So, I mean, swing trader on a swing trading, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, if it can take this out, but it's not, to me, it doesn't have clear sailing. It's an earnings play today. But intraday, I'd have to wait for it to see what happens. Right now, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. That's the level I'd be looking at to see if it's over the VWAP or maintains underneath. It's just right at the VWAP right now. The biggest difference between premium and basic, Paul, is the AI, our AI. Okay, that's the biggest difference. So that's the biggest difference. I don't, the AIs. Well, I mean, how do I use it? I mean, many people. Okay, I'm not. Many people. What they'll look at, if you can see on my 15-minute chart, Paul, there's a purple line pointing at. Right now, that's the VWAP. So it's underneath the VWAP. Okay. So right now, if I wanted to go long this, it would have to break above the VWAP. I don't and stay there for a bit. Okay, so right now it's underneath the VWAP. A lot of people will look at that as potential resistance moving up to it. And of course, if it's above the VWAP, potential support if it comes down into it. So I don't know what's going to happen once at 9:30. Yeah, so I'm hearing my gap downs. A lot of the silver stocks But remember what happened yesterday? Let me back this out. Look, this is almost like yesterday. At the beginning of the day, all the silver stocks, well, most of them anyway, all the silver stocks were doing something like this, and then they just rallied right into the end. Now, will that happen today? I don't know, but that's what happened yesterday. SLV was down and kicking down it, well, because SLV is the ETF for silver. So I don't know if HL is part of that, but anyway, that's what happened with a lot of the silver stocks yesterday. Will it happen today? Don't know. Silver is definitely weakening. The low of 4 days ago was around for silver. SLV was around 64 something. So there's room for it to run down still. And SVM, another silver play. Just taking a look at some of the other, interesting. So utilities now is the second major sector underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay, and consumer staples, I'm sure, is still going to be below. Yeah, consumer staples has not been above the 200-day moving average in probably several months. It's still what I consider the weakest sector. All right, guys, I want to get my layout up and running, my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, guys, I'm just getting my layout loaded that I'll use at 9:30. Okay, guys. So these are the top six. That list I had before, the pre-market actives up. I had 15 of them. These are the top six. I haven't talked about or looked at NEOG, NEOG. All right. Well, up 26%. Any news? Skyrocket following Q2 results and raised FY26 guidance. Now we don't have it. It is an earnings play. And actually, I do have it on my list. I just didn't talk about it. I got my list of stocks that I scratched down in the morning. Yeah, it's an earnings play, E up, as I called it. So yeah, this is pretty good. Pretty good, meaning it's obviously a very positive reaction so far. You guys, Acon's having a little bit of a bounce here. Acon underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP still though. So IMRX is still moving down here. I think it's getting right into a daily low. Wrong. No. Yeah, right here. 593 is a daily low, and it's right there. If it continues down, 545. But as William says, I mean, he's for the life of him, he can't understand why it's getting hit so hard. So definitely something to watch. Maybe a potential bounce if it gets close to here. FlyX is back over a whole number of sticks. Well, that looks like where there's, that's really the bottom for IMR. Well, could go lower, of course, but looking at the that daily chart, right down here, 540 level is right here, and you would think it could hold there. It's going to hold at all. Oh, this one is just popping up into the top 6, guys. Pineapple Financial. PAPL. This one a lot in the past. Look at these months. I don't see any news on this one. Sorry, this is from the 5th. I don't see any current news for PAPL. Acon's having a bit of a bounce also. Acon still underneath the 200 the VWAP, above the 200-day. Morning, Ken. Let's take a look at APLD. What's the volume on this? Yeah, it's good volume. All right, guys, the market's open. Okay, well, 9:30 is open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Wise erase. Oops, let me get rid of this. Here we go. Now, this is interesting. Usually this list is full right now. Okay, a little bit jumbled at the beginning. This is unusual. Omer, OMER. Let's take a look at wow. Up, down, up, down. That's one reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. NVEE or NVVE halted on the way up. Yes, it is. That's our first halt for the day. And my goodness. Okay, so what I'm showing you here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen, okay? Nothing, or window. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is telling you the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is the NVVE. And this column trying to tell you where it could open. As Venus went up, you notice how these numbers are fluctuated. If you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, basically it's called a volatility halt. And in a very simple definition, the stock went up too fast. Okay, so it gets halted. Usually it's a pause for 15 minutes. So if that's correct, it'll open at 9:35 plus 41 seconds. And if you're in this now, what you do want to see in this column is a number greater than 526. Nothing you can do. Of course, you can't do anything until it opens if you're going to do anything at all. This is unusual right now for this race. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe I'll stop it and start it again. Here we go. Unusual in the fact that it was all muddled up at the top. Wow, remember our little star yesterday was MNTS. Now it is starting to drop here. No shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short, so can't take advantage of that. The SPY is, yeah, not much action on the SPY yet, only down 80 cents from yesterday's close. Or is it? No. This is, the developers are aware of this. I don't know when they're going to fix it, but they are aware. It seems to affect, it only seems to affect the SPY and maybe the Qs. Once I reload it, it's fine. Okay. Well, there's guys, FlyX has come back. I mean, FlyX has come back. So you know what? I mean, if it takes out seven, I mean, as you guys were talking about that seven level, it's very possible it could go on a run. The next high in a monthly chart is 690. I have a price alert, I think, in that area. Had some news about an announcement with a Starlink dealership deal with Starlink. Operate jet aircraft for private jet passengers. Okay. Well, William, we're getting close. Maybe IMRX. I mean, this is just getting hammered still, and the low right there. I mean, you got right there. Where did it get you? Got it at 549. Look at that. Right to these lows right here. And so far, it looks like it wants to bounce a bit, but all right, sure, why not? Get a price alert at not looking as good. I mean, this potential open is drifting down towards the Hall price, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But sure, why not? For you, there you go. Okay, it did just open, guys. It just did it, and it was a 5 minute halt right on the right basically almost to the second. So it's a 5 minute halt. Open, popped, but dropping now. Serve on the wow, serve robotics. Big move here. Big move here. This CRV. See that I mean it's too parabolic right now, but wow, a big move. Don't see any news today on it. Had a great run though. A few days ago, last week, it was 973 low. That's a great run. Shares available for me to short if I want to. I think I want to do it right now, but now let's take a look on the weekly chart. The next high looking left, 1530. Okay, now takes that out somehow. 1865 on the weekly chart anyway. Little move here for Ford. Wow, I had a price alert for MNTSs. That's on the way up. Okay, I don't know why I had a price alert here. It must have been done yesterday. So MNTS, rocky one. Wow, look at the market. Look at the big blue candle now. We had an opening 5 minute red bar. Now we have a big blue bar trying to wipe that out. Didn't think anything on the economic calendar that is going to affect the market too much, I don't think. We had jobless claims at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I don't see anything on the economic calendar that any data points that could affect the market that much. All right, so this Ford Motor Credit sells $1 billion, 5.753 notes due April 2033. They're raising money. So Ford, yeah, look at this. Ford's on the move here. Pretty big move, huge float, 3.9 billion in the float. So Fly, not Fly X, but Fly is on the move. See it in both races actually. 3109. Let's see now. Next monthly high is 3332. Weekly high, probably a little closer. 3122. What did you get to today? Yeah, basically got to that weekly high. Wow, Fly X guys. Look, I mean, this is I'm not saying it's easy, but boy, Fly X is pretty volatile right now. 6.8 million in the float. That's above the VWAP now. I mean, if it takes out seven, uh, yeah, this blue bar may turn red. So yeah, I mean, SPY was up here, but it's sold off. Did not close near the high at all. Those are drone play guys. RCAT, RCAT, monthly high way up here. Weekly a little closer. 1243 is the next high in the weekly chart. Maybe not enough room. Yeah, so NVVE came right back down. So not really a great pop off the halt at all. I mean, it did pop, but it was very short-lived. Let's see. The original halt price was 526. Or keep an eye on that fly X size. Again, I don't know why this gets jumbled like that. No. Oh, fly X is halted. I'm sorry. That's why I was wondering why isn't it moving? Wow. So this is halted. Um, no big clue as to where it's going to open. Boy, I think though if it opens over seven, it's pretty big news, obviously for the company. Not a big float. This is a Starlink deal. How's the volume? Vito's asking, how's the volume? Well, I mean, it's 13 times normal right now. It's a great, I mean, it's a great reaction to earnings, of course. And it did pop. The next high looking left on it's sort of almost there. Going to take that out, 35.61. So when you ask me how do you have trade ideas, Vito? I mean, you just have to see yourself. The relative volume is 13.8. That means it's trading 13.8 times normal up to this time of day. So, whoa, look at this bar here, guys. The big red bar now. So looks like the Qs are getting hit a bit. Okay, the Qs are getting hit a bit. The Dow's not down as much as the Qs were up yesterday. The Dow was down quite a bit. Dow's not down that much. Okay, let's take. Wow, RGC halted on the way down. Okay, so that maybe the end of this nonsense. Well, for today anyway. Got to keep an eye on this FlyX. Where is it going to open? Be a while for this. Yeah, no big clue. I mean, this yeah. Amex I noticed does this. If it's a Nasdaq stock, usually there's a little more. Oh, shoot, and it just opened. It just opened, and my guess is going to get halted. Going to get halted again. You know why? Look at the bid ask. A penny. There's no way. No way. No way. No way. There you are. Here's your halt. Well, our cat continues to move here, guys. RCAT continues to move. A lot of room on the monthly. Not as much. Well, actually, yeah, not as much on the weekly. 1252 is the next high. Well, NEOG is on the move here, guys. NEOG, NEOG on the move. Over $10. Over 10. Big area for to try to take out. So on the move. Next high on a monthly chart, probably not that far away. 1060. Wow, look at Glue. Glue, guys. Have they announced the pricing of the financing? Because this is right at yesterday's high now. Glue, GLUE. Surprising strength. It's only phase one. It was yesterday's news, and I was looking for a big collapse. Didn't happen. Wow. Because not sure why I had a price alert at 25.29, but might have been a little bit above yesterday's high, 25.15. So terminates their sales agreement prospectus. That was for Glue. What does that mean? Exactly. Obviously, the market's liking it, but you mean they canceled the financing? If they did that, what a game then. What a game. If they've canceled the prospective plan, at least the public part, okay. So you announce a financing, the stock craters a little bit, and then you cancel the financing, or as William says, the public part, and the stock pops. Man, I missed out on the serve. Another one, is this Redwire? Yeah, Redwire. What do they do? Is this space? Anything to do with space, drones, space? Well, here's Redwire on the move also, RDW. All right, ONDS. There's nothing to do with space. I'm just looking here. But ONDS, this is not quite a lifetime high. Break of 15 could get this one running again, ONDS. Okay, guys, this is a gap down and go. Tango Therapeutics, okay? Next had two great days, but I don't know if it's just profit taking. The CEO retires. I don't know if that was planned. I don't know if it was planned. Let's see if there's a date. So she's not going completely executive chair during 2026. She's been around since 2017 as the CEO. So she's retiring. So putting a little pressure on the stock. Tango, we're talking TNGX. Oh, another one. Now I don't understand this. Is this really a gap down? MCR pulls back from a $200 million Stonehill merger funding commitment. So that's what MCR informed Kaipa. Not fully funded, 200 million. So this has hit SHPO. Aha, yes, you're right. LYX is now a 10-minute halt. Another drone, I think, well, robots, okay, robots. PDYN, okay, Paladine AI, PDYN. What sort of room does it have? 721. Got some room, guys. See if it pulls back just a little bit. Nothing but the PDYN, okay? Keep an eye on this one, PDYN. It has room on the weekly, 724, so there's plenty of room on the weekly. Sort of pausing right here around the 650 mark. Well, yeah, this is a choppy market. Look at this, red bar. wiped out now by the next blue bar, another blue bar. I'm really keeping an eye on this PDYN. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around the 654 mark and see if it gets there again. Well, William, you're at your. Did you take it? I think you said 535, right? So 535 on the IMRX. Will that hold it? Man, oh man, this is weak. Boy, NTLA is a gap up and go, guys. Gap up and go. However, look at the next high looking left, too close for me, 1075. For whatever reason, Under Armour's on the move. I'd say yesterday was designated as a, come on, do a little spell checking, guys. Designated a fresh pick at Baird. Maybe that's what's helped. That was yesterday's news. Well, it opened. FLYX opened at 878. Man, I missed the entry. Not here. I'm not talking about the entry up here, but so there's your big pullback now. 892 got to, and now we're down to 769. Whoa. Well, there's your. Well, it's not going to hit 10, I don't think. NVVE sinking now. Not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. So I think Conagra, a lot of the food companies got hit yesterday. Processed food companies got hit yesterday with the announcement about new dietary. I don't want to call them rules, but whatever you want to call them. So anyway, but Conagra's trying to have a bit of a comeback now. Obviously, the next high looking left, far enough away, 1695. Recommendations, how about that? Dietary recommendations. Okay, now this was halted on the way down now. FLYX halted on the way down. Well, PDYN not doing it for me. I'm not in it yet. I'm looking for a 650 break, but it's pulling back just a little bit, PDYN. All right, guys, 9:57. Been a frantic first half hour for me. I have too much going on, actually. You have to pare down some of the things that I'm looking at. I just have way too much going on. All right. Well, before I do that, give me one moment. All right. So I'm going to put my homepage link in. The promo code is still alive, I guess, at the end of the week. So take advantage of it if you're looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. This promo code has been about a week and a half now, I guess, but I think it's up on Friday. So click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So this is the promo codes I'm talking about. So we have two. You want to get 28% off a premium annual subscription. You can use Barry 28. That'll get you 28% off. Excuse me, a premium annual subscription. You can get 25% off a standard annual subscription. And you can get 25% off the first month only of a monthly or premium subscription, of a standard or premium subscription. Okay, first month only. Please listen carefully. You get angry emails from people saying, "How come I'm being charged full?" Well, you just got to read. The next month. Well, the 25% is only good for the first month. Otherwise, why would anybody take out an annual? So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and what I call the main room. Those of you on YouTube, what I'm talking about, there's a trading room. A lot more action in this trading room, okay? More interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for that, you can come into the trading room. It's free. And also this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. OB opens it. I don't do that. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. That would be 3:45 my time. So OB opens this main room at 6:45. I open YouTube around 8:30. But there's lots of action at 6:45 on in this room. So if you're sitting out there on YouTube and you're looking for more like especially pre-market, come into the trading room at 6:45. Get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now this room, the trading room, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. But this room, trading room, is usually open after I leave. Still, usually till about 3:45. That's what William does. Under no obligation, both these gentlemen under no obligation to do what they're doing. So thank you very much. So I'll just have to find out today if William wants to keep the room open after I leave to 3:45. Wow, this is really sinking here, MNTS. So first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section and right here, mandatory, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. You don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering about the product, take a look, start off with the second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. Try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. It's certainly not just month to month. So within the month, you don't like it, just let us know and we'll discontinue the subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. We have a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And you click on my homepage link, scroll down just a little bit more. I'm going to get to the scan section, but Trade of the Week, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it. It's free, okay? Before you contact us, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check the promotions folder. You get an email, though, gives you an idea about when a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. They are designed for longer-term trades. Now, looking for the information I'm currently sharing, these scans. These aren't scans. These are a couple of top lists right here, the large cap gainers. This is a volatile race. Go over these in a bit. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Basically taking two scans and running a sort of competition between which ones are moving up the most versus the ones moving down the most. So what I use in the pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. Pulse resumes is over here, very active today. My gap scan, I'm not showing it. It's on my other monitor, but you can take a look at it. And a couple other scans that I don't have up and running, but I have a momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. Now, why don't because I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It means I'm not using them right now. Who knows? Maybe next week I'll resurrect one of them. So if you have any questions about them, just let me know. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. ACH from yesterday. I'm seeing this one. ACH from yesterday had a pretty. I was waiting on this one a long time. The next high looking left is 240. That's why I was looking at this one. The next high over here is 290. So yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert. I'm not probably going to hit it today. It may never hit it, but if it does, look at the room it's got. All right, William says he'll keep the room open after I leave, so 3:45-ish. So for those sitting on YouTube, I do have to shut YouTube down when I leave, but you can come over into the main room. So on a big day, that room is open 6:45 till, and I think when we get into earnings season in a big way, William usually keeps the room open till about 4. Well, William, this IMRX. I mean, what a great shortage it was. I'm just gonna. This is what I'm saying. I've got so many windows that I'm looking at right now, but I mentioned this one, potential short, and boy, was it ever. Just a gap down and go. You know what? I'm not going to go over the races unless somebody asks me to. Okay, the concept of the racing, I think, is excellent, especially if you're starting out because it gives you a top 10 list to focus on. Either race does. So I'm not going to go over the races unless I get some questions about the race, how to create them, how to customize them for yourself. So, I mean, if you do have questions, ask. So here's a little insight on how I kind of trade. Remember, I was really interested in this PDYN. Very interested in it. Okay, put a price alert up a little over 650. Now, what I never do, or rarely, I almost want to say never. I never anticipate that something's going to happen. So I'll put a price alert, and if it triggers, great. If it doesn't, so I wasn't anticipating that it would, take that 650. So take the trade because I'm thinking, it's going to take that 650. Do it now, at the 645 level. And that keeps me out of a lot of trades. Actually, I should rephrase it. It helps to stop me from carving up my account, by taking trades when I really shouldn't have. I would have had a stop. Of course, I would have had a stop. There was no reason to take the trade from me unless it got over 650. Now, now the thing is, it would have been nice maybe if the VWAP had held it, but it didn't. Angie is a gap up and go, but yeah, so there are two reasons I personally wouldn't take the trade. I don't like to take a trade so close to the phone number. I'd like to see it, and which it's doing. But look at the next high looking left at 1427. So UAVS, well, hasn't pulled back at all, really. I mean, the only thing I can say about it. I mean, it's not like it's super parabolic on the two. I mean, it's sort of hanging around this area, and now it's trying to pop again. But 190. I mean, look at that on the weekly chart. 190 is the next high. So I mean, it could easily stall there. Yeah, glue's on the go. It is on the go. I've got a thumbnail. That's why I know about it. So I mean, just look left on that weekly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stall at 190, and even if it got through 190, you know, then it's got to get through two, and then there's stuff around 214. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to trading. I mean, some might look at this, oh, I don't care because maybe there's some news, and it's going to pop through it, and then that's up to you, of course. But I'm just constantly looking left. This one, I saw this one around the $1 mark yesterday, MTEN. Yeah, look at this one, MTEN. Ming Teng. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, I mean, it's crazy, crazy action. Now the market is actually, SPY's gone actually positive now. So the Qs are down, and the Dow's up though a little, and the SPY is basically flat. Well, so the question is, could the high short interest for ONDS be a catalyst? Of course, it could be a catalyst. I mean, if people if there's news and stocks in play, it's been in play for several about a week and a half now. For sure. I mean, if you're short, if you were hanging on to your short, you'd be depending where you got your short. But pretty big fade now from 15 down to 1372. Well, William, the IMRX now looks like it's trying to hold five. I wonder if this is a bounce area. No, not really. I have to forget about it. Look at the face. This was such an awesome short that I didn't take. The gap down and go from the gap scanner. Too late now, but the next low on the monthly chart is around $6. All right, let me take a look at some of these races now. So BRBR gets over the whole number, and Bellring Brands, okay, not a low float. Pretty big area it's at right now, guys. I mean, look at the yesterday's high was 2403. The day before was 23.99. So let's call that 24. We're sitting at around 24. If we can get through that, boy, the next high is $2 away. So I'm going to put a price alert. Make sure. Let's see if it can clear 24 in a fairly big way. So I'll put a price alert around 2409 for BRBR. And see if it takes it out. So this is from our AI guys. Ampex was a short, not a bad one. Looking at a top, still up for the day. Here's an earnings play, guys. Not too many. Helen of Troy, HELE, and yeah, as long as not 9 times normal, 9.8 times normal right now. Will this hold it? 1805. 1805 is the next low. If it doesn't, 17 or so is the next low. And that's HELE. This one's from our AI, also IPSC, but I don't know. It just to me, it looks like there's too much resistance to gain the current price in two. So I'm going to take a pass on it. You like it, take it, but this is what I'm saying. Ugh, this is well, where could it bounce? SHCO is just getting clobbered here. $6 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. And there's the utter collapse now of RGC. Okay, now this one's coming out a little bit of consolidation. Okay, ZNTL, a little bit of consolidation. You can see right there on the 15 and also on the 2. Where could it go though? Let's see on the weekly chart, can't see anything. So I'm going to check it out on a monthly chart. The next high on a monthly chart is 333. So there's a little bit of room. But you know me, I don't like seeing. I got to wait for the break of the whole number. Oh, I see. Actually, okay. V Wave. This is another one from our AI. Not doing too badly. V Wave. Relatively recent IPO, I guess. Next high looking left on the monthly is 313.42. So there's a little bit of room. But the same. Yeah, about the same on the weekly. Meanwhile, CRMD just it's technically not an earnings play, but it may as well be. Release preliminary data. All right, now APLD is an earnings play, and yeah, had a nice move at the beginning of the day, but then it started hanging around the VWAP, and now it's underneath the VWAP. And so, you know what? An interesting potential short, guys. Underneath the VWAP now, the VWAP is 33. It's a little far away. Yeah, it's about $1 under already. So, too close. This one's not is not bad. SW is moving nicely, but the next high yesterday had a big packaging. I don't know. I thought, okay, I don't know why it got hit yesterday, but you guys, FlyX may not be over. Okay, you can see what happened with FlyX here. I mean, it held the VWAP. Okay, it held the VWAP. It came into the VWAP. VWAP acted as support so far. Do I know how to get float information in IB? I'm sure. Actually, I don't. I don't use it. I use ours. So I actually don't, and never tried. There's got to be maybe just do a search on float in the search box and see what happens. I mean, I'm sure they have float information, but I've never used it. I love my single stock window. Giving me all the information at a glance. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the fly X. The longer it holds over 7, I think it could have a shot. Yeah, I'm not seeing any match on float, so I don't know how to get it. I'm sure obviously there's a way. I don't know how to get it though. But yeah, I typed float into the search box. Fly X, guys, Fly X. Keep an eye on the fly. As long as, I'm just waiting to see if it can hold 7. That's the big thing for me, holding 7. I know here's another miss. Serve. It's right here. Serve was a. Does it have any sort of a dip? Yeah, actually, look at that, man. It dipped right into the VWAP. The VWAP held it as support. And of course, the reason we're looking at FlyX, I mean, it had some news, okay? And the news is, it's an eye-catching headline. How much they're going to make from it, I have no idea. But it is an eye-catching headline. But it's got to hold seven. How's silver doing? Let's see. Does silver have a recovery at all? Yeah, look at this. My guess is now, if you look at some of the silver stocks, they're going to look just like this. So they kept an eye on them. Let's take a look at the First Majestic. Yeah, I mean, so little sort of like a pattern of yesterday, guys. The silver, the commodity itself was sinking pre-market. So the silver plays are still underwater, but they recovered somewhat. HYMC, another one. Man. Well, next high looking, I mean, it's way up here. That red line actually is not that is a daily high somewhere. If I scroll back enough on my daily chart, I would see it. The next high for serve is 18. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but yeah, I'm going to start clicking on some of the ones that won races earlier in the day. I had an alert for BRDR right up here. It has not taken it out yet. Macy's. What's happening with Macy's? Wow. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 2437. Kind of room on the monthly chart, but not on the weekly chart. This is a gap up and go, guys. The alert was at 1390. Yeah, but again, look at that. It's coming right into. That's why I didn't take it. But the alert was at 1390, 420, 1420 right now. The high rate there was 1428. FlyX is still hanging over seven, guys. I just have the feeling, because of the news and the float, of course, 6.8 million. This could be one of those. I mean, it's resting right now. Could be one of those. I mean, it may happen sooner than later, but it really gets going in the afternoon, assuming the volume comes back into it. I'm gonna reset my price here. Just want to see if I can get back up this. They said 720, 729, 730 area. See if I can take that out. Well, it briefly did. It briefly did. You know, like believe me, it's not because I put a price alert there that it did it. If I could say that, but all right, guys. All right. Well, let's see if it has some legs. Got up to 750. Come on, hold this level at least. What are my favorite training hours or trading hours, and why? I don't really have a favorite, Vito. I just like to stay out the first 15 minutes. I don't like to trade in the first 15, but I really have a favorite. You know, Trade Ideas gives us ideas all day long, so I really don't have a favorite anywhere. You know, the other thing is, even if I said my favorite trading hour or I don't think you meant training. You meant trading hours, right? You know, everybody's different. I mean, some people, come on, over 7:30. Right. Just give me a moment. What am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for it to move. A little choppy. Able to get some out though. Yeah, I'm in right around this area, so I'm wanting to hold it just because it has a massive pop. Or reset my price alert around the 740 mark. So you can get it back up there at least. I'm not looking for a target if that's what you're talking about, Vito. Okay, I mean I don't know where it's going to go. I mean the high today was 880. I mean I don't know where it's going to go. I'm not. I don't look at targets. I don't look at it hits a certain price. I'm out. I'm just going to keep in it until I have to admit, I was hoping it would keep going when I got up to that 760 mark, but I was able to get some out. I don't put targets though so much. I just, I'll keep in the trade as long as it, especially trying to follow the trade wave. Well, but it's not a target, Vito. It's just, I see where the top is, but it's not a target. I mean, it hits it great. Okay, I'm out. I'm out of everything now. Didn't, yeah, okay, but I'm out of it now. I'm going to wait to see whether or not it maintains that 7 level. This is one that I could look at later on in the day, though. Actually, I'm watching it again in case it can hold 7. Maybe pop off that again. If it gets up to maybe 728 again in that area. Yeah, not easy. I mean, this one has not been easy, in my opinion. I actually really thought that when it went that move there, I actually thought it might at least maybe challenge the 8 level, but it didn't happen. Okay, well, you can always look at it later on. On to the next one. Well, this one, I know, Obi, I think you mentioned, somebody mentioned this one earlier, the SXTC. And this is just, yeah, and it's halted. It's got halted. Okay, Fly X. Well, you're back over 7 again. Okay, guys, I might, wow, the Fly X again. The traction, of course, is at the high of the day, that 689 mark. Let me bring this up again on see what we can. Whew, exciting, but with that float, look at the volume 13,000 times normal volume up to this time of day. And all that means is it doesn't, it really hasn't, doesn't trade very much, or it hasn't. This volume spike is just, of course, causing this massive relative volume. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this, like trying to watch this like a hawk in case we get. I'm talking about the Fly X. It's still blue here, but pierce the wave, so it's not really that great in terms of the wave. Sorry, guys, I'm just really watching this Fly X as it's trying to hold 7. And you can see how rapidly it's trading. I mean, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's just trade after trade after trade after trade. Man, I'm just missing some of these. I have to pay much more attention to my gap scanner. Angie was a nice one, but okay. Well, I'm gonna leave this one for a while anyway. Price alert, put a price alert around 7:30 or so for Fly X. See if it takes it out later. I'll just move on. Okay. Well, a little bit like yesterday, guys. Remember, we looked at the First Majestic earlier on. I mean, you know what? If silver does this tomorrow, I'm gonna have to pay a lot more attention. Just pick any one of the silver stocks and then see and have silver SLV thumbnail to see if it starts to move because I mean they're still down, but they're doing almost like they did yesterday. A lot of these silver miners are just coming back after the big gap down. Here's silver. Look at silver. I mean, the big gap down. At one point, this was down, I think, 6%. So, oh, I see you got your short on Micron from yesterday. Oh, good for you. Okay, this is Teddy from our YouTube room. Yeah, nice. All right, this is just halted now, guys. AEI halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. INBS now, guys. Keep an eye on this one. This is the one last week. Actually, not last week. Well, that's the 15. Yeah, last week. So it's above the high of last week now. Well, actually, that was Monday. That was Monday. We're Thursday now. So that was Monday's high. So it's above it now, or it's right at it. Actually, I'm wrong. The high on Monday was 1525. It did get up to 1620. But look at this now. I mean, it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Looking at that, maybe not able to hold on to the VWAP. Well, here's another almost, well, not maybe the short of the day. It had a little pop out, but I mean, CRMD, this is basically an earnings play. Technically not, but they've released preliminary data, so it may as well be an earnings play, CRMD. Yeah, I mean, right from so the market opened, it popped up a little bit, but then it just faded. Oh, yeah, briefly, briefly, Tony Dread. It didn't trigger though. I think I had a price alert around 730. Look at all the topping, little tops right there. Okay, all these little tops right there. I mean, the volume is starting. I mean, it's still a lot of volume, each one of these bars, but in relation to the previous volume bars, starting to fade. Boy, what was the deal with Angie? Is this an earning? It's not an earnings play that I can see, but Angie just ripped. ANGI. Okay, here. Oh, it's not a new one. Sorry. JCap. Look at JCap, Jefferson Capital. Look at this thing go. Again, I'm just looking. I've got to pay way more attention to my gap scanner. I mean, I had an alert down here, 950. That was the time, 2166. Um, and it's sort of held there for a long time. And now the pop. Okay, so CMBT, the next high looking left is 1132, so it's right there on the monthly chart. The next high is 1136, so it's got to clear that. If it clears that, then 12 on the monthly chart. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. The same sort of thing, daily highs. So, I mean, it has been was super active when it got up to 18, and then it came all the way back down to 7. So when one is really starting to base, and who knows which way it's going to go, but the MLTX had some news. So you can see right there starting to base, really basing here. And MLTX had news, shares rise on FDA alignment to file application without new trials. So they don't have to spend money on new trials. And I think something to do with, was it skin disease drug. So it's just basing here now. It's shortable for me also. I mean, I don't think it's going to stay here all day. Okay, BRBR. So it did take out that little high here, BRBR. So it's a big float. I don't mind trading big floats, but is it good enough? Yeah, there's icon popping up over four as Obi pointed out. Up to four, back down to four. Daily high, right, it was right there. The next high would be around 431 if it can keep going. I don't know what you mean, Vito. How can one protect themselves when shorting with tools? I don't know what you mean by that. Like any trade. Well, you have a stop. Just like if the long goes against you, you have a stop. I mean, just because if you buy something and it moves down on you, well, you're going to have a price you're going to get out at. Same thing with the short. If it goes against you, you have to have a price, ahead of time where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. Well, there's no TI tools. It's your broker. Okay. I mean, you have to have an idea about when you take a trade. If I took this trade right now, I haven't done this for a while, so maybe I should. Let's take a look at Zena. Okay, ZENA. If I like this trade right now, okay, I'm not saying I like the trade right now, but if I thought, okay, I want to take this trade, but if it doesn't work, I have to have a price I'm going to get out. Yeah, no, well, okay. There is a smart stop that is generated. Okay, I don't look at it but there is a smart stop that is generated. And so if I took this trade right now at 398, the system is saying, okay, maybe you put a smart stop at 380. Okay, do I follow it? No, I have my own idea of where I'm going to put a stop. But I mean, if you're brand new, I suppose you could take a look at what is generated by the system. Okay, and that would be your stop. And how to generate. Yeah, Hamad, it's customizable on the standard membership. Yes, talking about stock racing, you can create a race based on your own set of parameters, and absolutely, and it's part of the standard service. Well, you can create a okay. You can create a price alert or a scan that can capture anything. Okay, you talked about the big movie yesterday for SMX. Sure, you could have had a race based on it. You could have had an alert, a scan based on it. That's part of the standard membership. Yes. So not so much my layout, but if you go to my homepage, I just put in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, you see where it says scans. So you can click on that, and here is what I'm currently sharing. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. Here are the two races. Okay, the large cap gainers here. This is a more volatile race right here. That race right there. Ultra zooms is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. I'm sharing my gap scan is on another monitor, but this is the gap scan. This is a compare count window, taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. One's moving higher, one's moving lower. And Momentum Scan, I don't have that open, and a Combo Scan. So this is what I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. The reason I don't share a layout is that not everybody wants everything that's on the layout, so try to get you to take a look at these, and some of them you might like, some of them you might not want. You can take a look at each one of them. You know how to load. Number one, do you know how to load onto your screen when you see a link? If you don't, I'll show you how. You don't know. Okay. So you see, let's just say you wanted this one. Okay, the biggest gain is from the start of the race. Okay, right down here, and this is the same for any link here. Okay, so you just click on the open scan. Click on open scan. What will happen is depends on your browser settings, but for me, it's going to overwrite right here. But you're going to see what happens. I'm going to click on open scan, and you can see here it is. There is the link right there. So I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to highlight it. Left, left. I'm going to just keep highlighting it. And now I'm going to copy the link. Copy the link. This is just standard, web stuff, right? Just highlighting. And now I've copied the link. Control C to copy the link. And then I'm going to go to my toolbar, file. Basically, when you copy the link, you put it into the cloud. Now I'm going to load from cloud. I'm going to go up to my toolbar, click on file, load from cloud. And you notice that link is right here. See how it ends in ED567? That ends in ED567. So you know you've done it correctly. So now all you have to do is click load, and now it should be on your screen. Okay, up on my other monitor. Now, I can do it again. To anybody who maybe I went too fast, but it's the same principle no matter what link you see in my home page. You get it onto your screen. Does that work for you? If it didn't, I'll do it again. Now, something was weird about the ELVN though. I mean, was it a dividend one? No, not the dividend one. You know what? I thought it was something else, but yeah. So this is surging on positive initial data for leukemia treatment. Okay, it's not a low float. 43 million. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. I mean, it didn't do anything in the pre-market. Interesting. I mean, look at that. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. ELVN. It took. I mean, that's 9:30. I'm sure. 9:30 is when it popped, even though the news came out. I mean, yeah, that news happened. That news happened before the market opened. So, Dawit, were you able to do it? Just let me know. I'll do it again. If you weren't able to do it, you weren't able to load something from my homepage, clicking on the link and following the steps, just let me know, okay? Don't be shy. Okay, well, let's again try it together. And when you say you're trying, okay. Well, I mean, you've been able to click on my homepage. Let's go step by step. You've clicked on my homepage link, right? So you were at this the custom scans I got. You're at least on this window, right? Okay. So again, any one of these, I'm going to click on open scan, open scan. I click on open scan. Now, it depends on your browser, but I'm going to click on open scan, and here it is. And what happened when you did that open scan? Maybe it came into a new tab, but you should see the link then somewhere in a what happens with mine is it will overwrites. So let me know first of all when you open the scan, do you see the link somewhere? I'm going to wait for you to say yes or no. Don't follow all this, okay? Just want to know if when you click on open scan, you can see the link somewhere. Okay, great. You can see the link. So it's like, so what I've done here, I put my pointer at the end of the link. Oops. And I'm just, sorry. And now I'm just going to drag it, drag it. So to highlight it. I mean, this is just sort of basic web stuff, right? I just highlighted the link and you do that. So I don't know what color your happens for you. Okay. Once it's highlighted, then Control C on your keyboard, okay, to copy the link. Again, this is just sort of basic web stuff. Control C copies the link. Okay, so now you copy the link. Basically, what you've done is you put it into the cloud. Now, next step, go up to the toolbar where the file, new tools, etc. Click on File, Load from Cloud. You've put it in the cloud. Now you're going to File, Load from Cloud. When you click on that, this is the box that should pop up. Is that what happened for you? When you clicked on File, Load from Cloud. Oh, good. Okay. So you should now see this link. Hopefully it was filled in. The box is not empty if you've done it correctly. The box is filled in with the link. See how it ends in 80B3? 80B3. See how that is the link? So that yes, does that mean yes? It's filled in? Yes. Great. Now, easy next step. Load. Load. Now it should be on your monitor somewhere. Let me know if that worked. Should be on your monitor somewhere. I don't know how many monitors you've got, but if you've got one, you should see it. It worked. Okay, perfect. So now that's how you can load anything from my homepage. Okay. Now the next step, now that you've got it on your monitor, if you want it, okay, now first of all, when you load something from my homepage, uh, it'll start working when like right now it's 11:01 Eastern time. So your race is like, this is a race, okay? It'll start now at 11:01 Eastern time. You're not going to see everything that happened earlier. I loaded this at 9:30. So that's why, so don't expect to see all this information, okay, in that race. If you've loaded the race, if you want the races, your race starts when you load the window. So what you want to do, if you like it, right click on it, right click into the body of this of it, and save or share to cloud. Okay, save or share to cloud, and then save it. Because now you put it into your cloud. So that if I did that, if I accidentally clicked the X and it deleted it, no problem. I just go File, Load from Cloud, because you saved it into your cloud. Okay? So you can do that with whatever you might like from my homepage. And then you can create a layout with, again, whatever you like from my homepage. And maybe if you create your own scans, once you have, where you want them all, where all you want all the windows, maybe you got a time frame that you like. This I happen to like it. Oh, this should have been a 5 minute actually. I like having a 2 and a 5 minute time frame, a weekly and a daily and a monthly chart. That's me though. It doesn't have to be you. So you create your own time frames. And once you've got whatever sort of layout you might like, then just File, Save or Share to Cloud. And you see where it says entire layout, then you click on that and give it a name. It could be your first layout, Dawit's first layout, or whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now the layout's in the cloud. So you're saving individual windows into the cloud in case you X out something, you exit out. When I say exit, I mean, well, delete it. As long as it's in your cloud, then it's not deleted. Same with the layout. You accidentally shut down your layout, as long as you've saved it into the cloud. So, it takes a little bit of practice, but once you get the hang of it, I mean, it's really not that difficult, I don't think anyway. All right, guys, it's 11:04, and today is Thursday, so I'm not sure who's going to be in our YouTube room. Somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room. It could be Steve today. I'm going to just do a confirmation. Yeah, just practice, okay? Just practice. The key thing is when you get something on your screen, save it to the cloud. Right click into, anything. Right click and save, or like right click in the body and right click save or share to cloud. Save it. Now you can change the name if you want, but save it. I say that because I think people think, and first of all, you don't have to do this every day. In other words, you don't have to go into my home page if you like the scan and do it every day. If you like something from my home page, and of course you incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do this every single day. William, IMRX is just, boy, it is just not another. I mean, there's another. Look at the volume that came in. Also, amazing. All right, guys, this is still at earnings play. Helena Troy. There's room. I mean, there is room for. I mean, it's pretty extended right now in the five and the two, but there is room. Let's see if it holds here. Maybe it pulls back a little bit, but there is room. And when I say room, look left on the daily chart. I mean, it's got a dollar to that high of yesterday. This is an earnings play today. Okay, little pop, guys, a little pop now for Helena Troy. I cannot see my take profit that I tried to set to 10%. What are you using though? I'm not sure. Are you trying to use Brokerage Plus to do this? So okay, now I don't use Brokerage Plus at all. I don't use our charting at all in terms of trading. Okay. Where are you starting this though? Are you starting it in Brokerage Plus and putting like some kind of a 10%? Because is it possible you can't see it because it's above? Like what chart are you looking at? Like if you're looking, for instance, if I wanted to I don't- if I wanted to put 10% above this current price for Helen of Troy as an example, well, I could probably see it on the daily chart, but I will not be able to see it on a two or a five. Well, there's not much you can do really. I mean, it's, maybe put it, maybe have it on the, you not see it on your daily chart though, because I mean, it's outside the boundaries, right? But you have a daily chart. I mean, you should be able to see it on the daily chart. I'm assuming it loads into all the time frames. This is something I don't do. Okay, I just don't. Never use Brokerage Plus. Never, tried to do chart trading. But let me try something. Okay. Okay. Um, don't worry about all this. This is just some stuff from I don't even know when. Okay, so if I'm in this MRNO, 600 shares now, add a target order. Now that's a price. I thought there was a way in which you could. I know I'm not doing it using the chart, but I just want to put. Well, for instance, if I put $1.80, okay, I just want to see if it appears. Obviously, I cannot see it here. I see it on my weekly chart, though. I see it on my weekly chart. Okay, 180 right there. You're using a percent, but I was just going into. But it should be the same principle. Okay, you should be able to see it on your, on a higher. Well, here it is on the daily chart, even. No, no stupid question. Absolutely not. Are you using the simulator, by the way? You're not using our simulator, right? Which is what I was doing there. And honestly, please don't say that. Stupid question of the day. Please don't say that. There's no stupid questions, honestly. I mean, you don't. I would have probably asked the same darn thing. I want to see it on my two or a five. I can't see it. Oh, you're actually trading live. Okay, so you're attached to what? Who's your um, who's your broker? IB or E Trade or Alpaca? Who you're trading live with, Chief? E Trade. Okay. two windows on the bottom left-hand corner. Are you talking about the halt resumes and my monthly chart, Vito? The halt resumes and the monthly chart? I mean, that's what they are. It's just showing you when a stock gets halted and when it resumes. And this is just, monthly time frame, if that's what you know what? I like that even better, Tony Dredd. We are stupid. You know what? It's just that people are shy, and I really try to emphasize the fact that, trading is not easy, number one. And if you're just starting out, it can be very mystifying. And so I think people are very shy about asking questions because they don't want to look stupid and honestly, there are no stupid questions. I mean, unless you ask the same question, 20 times in a row, maybe I'll get a little tired of that, but seriously. Okay, Vito. Okay, so that's on my homepage. I mean, the monthly chart is not on my homepage, but that's the pulse resumes. Pulse resumes. I mean, it's an alert window, but I actually like to phrase it. It's more of information, okay, because it's telling you when a stock gets halted and when it resumes. Okay, guys. Now, eras could be interesting. I mean, this had a huge day yesterday. It got right. That's yesterday's high, 649. It closed down here though at 516. It's almost back to the close. You can see it's just a couple pennies under, and this is a gap down. Obviously, a gap down, and now it's trying to reverse. And for some reason, Morgan Stanley has looked at this stock, raising the price target to 4 from 2. Fine. And the thing is also about asking questions. For you ask a question, and there could be 10 or 20 other people that would have liked to ask that question. Okay. And they're just, again, shy or whatever. Maybe they don't know how to phrase it. But so you're helping other people by asking questions who are just uncomfortable asking questions. That's simple. All right, guys. Era, or eras. Sorry, eras. Took the trade. Just over. I want to see how well it holds. Again, this is because this I call a gap down and go. I'm sorry, a gap down and reverse. That's what I'm talking about, the gap down and reverse. And at 514, didn't get it at 514, but close. You have that scan. That's the gap scan. So gap down and reverse. I think this got helped a lot yesterday. Had that big pop yesterday when some of the bios went crazy on what was the one that Eli Lilly was buying, and the bios went crazy. I think it was Eli Lilly. Happened sort of later on in the afternoon. RVMD, that's right. So it was RVMD that was being, was it Lilly? Yeah, because it had the big pop up. And that really accelerated a lot. Even as, like, I don't know for sure if that's why ERAs went up like it did, but a lot of the BIOS just took off. Ah, here we go. That's what you're talking about, right? Watching Revolution Medicines. Traders circulate unconfirmed M&A rumors suggesting, oh, it's that. It wasn't Eli Lilly. Got outbid. Thinks deal will get done with a different bidder. Unconfirmed, unconfirmed. Yeah, that's what the scan is designed to do, Vito. Okay, it's this gap continuation or reversal. Okay, now does it mean though that when you get the alert, it's going to continue to reverse? No, it just means at the time of the alert, it was reversing. Okay, that's what it means. At the time of the alert, it was reversing. And the same thing, the stock is overbought in theory at the time of the alert. So that's a gap up and reverse. Not here, but so there are four scans in here. Of a gap up and go, there's a stock that gapped up and at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. Gap down and reverse, gap down and started to reverse. At the time of, well, again, it's all about this, it has to make a new high for the day. Gap up and reverse has to make a new low of the day. Gap down and go, a new low of the day. So there are four in here, gap scans. Now, if you only wanted to see reversals, you would uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. If you do, if you want to see just stocks in theory that are strong, gap up and go and the gap down and reverse. If these are two longs, there's no way to have a confirmation. It just at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. But the only confirmation I look for, okay, if it kept going, is there enough room for it to keep going by looking left? That's all I look for. But it doesn't absolutely 100% mean at the time of the alert, when you get it, it's going to keep moving in that direction. Hmm. Maybe Pepe knows before I even try. Can you check the history of the trades on the money machine? Because it's a top list window, basically. So JV is asking that question. I don't think, I mean, I don't, because it's a top list window that the stocks are generated from. It's not like an alert window where it's easy to do a history. Well, especially the daily, not breaking daily highs, but coming. But I'm not sure you can do it, JV. Let me ask Chris. He might know if Pepe. I don't know if Pepe's around today. I don't think you can, but like an alert window is simple. You just right click history today. You can just easily. But top list windows, you can't do that. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you can do it as Pepe is saying because it's generated. The symbols for the money machine generated from a top list window, and the top list window does not have this history like this. The history. It's in 5 minute increments, I believe, still. So you cannot do like a history of the entire day in the top list. So it's not so much breaking veto because remember when I get an alert for that, it's already at the high of the day. okay? It's already at the high of the day. So it means that looking left is where could it keep going? Now, before it hits the next high. So that's why I'm always looking at the daily chart first. I can't see it on the daily chart. I look on the weekly chart and see it on the weekly, then I look on the monthly. I'd rather see it on a daily. Come on, Eras, get a move on. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:24. So I'm just going to check to see if Steve answered me. Yeah, it's going to be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room today, taking over for me at about noon Eastern. Okay. Before I take my break, of course, I'll put the YouTube link in for those of you want to. You don't. If you're in YouTube, you don't have to go anywhere. Not like yesterday, Dan likes to start his own stream, but Steve will take over the stream in YouTube. Just a scan. It's not an add-on, Vito. It's just a scan I created. Okay, and you can have it. It's on my homepage. Whoops. Look at that. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. You click on my homepage link and just go down to the scan section right here, custom scans, and here it is, gap continuation or reversal. Okay, you can take a look at it. I got distracted. I hope I didn't blow it a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. This is what I was talking about. I would have probably taken some off right up here for the eras, but got distracted, but it's popped right back up again. So, and then that would allow me to stay in the trade until that get a transition to orange. So I've taken some off. I have taken some off. Okay. Boy, just still continuing to get crushed. This was a fabulous gap down and go. I mean, the CRMD. So this is the don't repeat version of the scan. Okay, so if you load this again, anybody who's listening and wanting to have the gap scan, if you load it right now, you're not going to get all the alerts that started at 9:45. You'll get the alerts You get the last alerts from each one of the different scans, and that's it. And then your scan will start working from 11:28 on. And that's just to answer, somebody who loads my scan and say, "Well, how come it's not looking like yours? Why am I not getting all that?" Gary Busey. Well, hopefully I don't have a motorcycle accident. Walking tall. Hmm. Well, I'd have to check. I have to check a picture of him back in the '90s. I always liked him as an actor. Here's a good example. I took the Helen of Troy. I'm out of it, but it just didn't continue, even though this was a gap down in reversal. Okay, when did I get the alert? At 21:31. Okay, 21:31. So yeah, at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. I made a little bit on it, nothing much. I'm hoping that Eras can get me into the 550s, maybe. So again, just because you get an alert from the Gap Gap scanner, it does not mean it's going to continue in the direction for even another second. There's no guarantee. Unfortunately, with trading, there are no guarantees at all. Faith is putting a very in capitals, none. Yeah, there's no guarantees. All we try to do is get the odds in your favor a little bit. That's what I try to do anyway, and that's all about looking left. You know, create, I create the scans so it gives me the information I'm looking for. So I've got too much going on right now. Okay, but I might have to get rid of one of these races. So what I'm saying is, it gives me the information. Oh, well, it gives me the stocks that I should be interested in because it's meeting my filter requirements. Otherwise, why am I seeing them? So it's meeting my filter requirements. But now, that's the first step. But the next step, of course, is okay. What does it look like on the chart? So I have to I quickly try to size it up. Anoop, good morning or afternoon, wherever you happen to live, or evening, depending on what time zone you're in. It's always nice to see new people. Singapore, okay, it is late there. I saw you earlier, fried olays. Are you are you new to you have trade ideas right now, or you just looking? You have it, okay. New subscriber, fairly new, or Subscribed last week, okay. Well, if you got any questions, you're in the right spot. Okay, so the long-term swing. Now, let me take a look at it. I was asked last week about it, so I think I can explain. I'm going to go down here. Poly AI, and you're talking about this. Load. You're talking about this? Anoop, is this the channel that you're looking at? The which is right at the bottom of the channel bar. Is that the channel? Oh, you're unable to see my screen. That's not good. Unable because of a technical issue on your end, or because sometimes if you want to see my screen, you might have to change browsers or refresh in the room, like refresh the room. Like there's a little you can't see my screen, but you might have to just refresh. I don't think this is the right one. Okay, great. Okay, now it's not this. Is this the screen? Is this what you're looking at right now? Did you go? Which channel did you go to? Let me start. X that out. Okay, so I'm going to go file. Sorry, new dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. So which channel did you take a look at? Was it this one, the TI long, or is that the bottom here when you click on show more and you have Holly AI? Can you tell me which channel you clicked on? Is it the top one here, the AI long? It says long-term Holly. Okay, but is it a channel? No, it's not this one. I know it's not this one. Well, I know what you're talking about. I actually had it up and running a while back because what it does is looking at all the previous AI alerts, okay? And then it'll show you the ones that are in the money. In other words, above, if you're going long, above the, so not here though. I should know this. I had this up. Okay, this is what you're talking about, I guess. There's another one though. There's another one. Let's see if I can expand that. Long-term Holly AI as a channel. Yeah, but there's another one that shows you the stocks. Okay, well, I mean, okay, what this is telling you, that was the signal, but where's the last price? There's another one that I think is better because it's just telling you these are previous AI alerts, okay? So on January 2nd, we had an alert for LUNR at 1862. Oh, I see. This is the current price. This is the current price. There's your entry. Okay. Okay, that's the entry. That was the alert price. And this is, I guess this is the current price? No. The heck is this signal price? Because the current price of Lunar is 1973. So this is telling you when the alert happened, okay? That's ninth at hmm. Normally we don't get any alerts early, so I don't know why that's I have to admit I don't know why. This is January 8th. Give me a moment here because this is today. I don't understand why Lunar or UAVS. See, there's the entry date, okay? That means that the alert happened on January 2nd. So another word, okay, at 9:35, it made a new high. This is kind of strange to me. I've not seen this one. I don't use this, okay? I profess to have ignorance about this. Okay, these are real-time alerts. So a new high was made today at 9:35 at 120 and then that's it. Really? I have to maybe I pay more attention to this. Okay, that's an easy question, Anoop. Let me take a look at this a little later. So that's an easy question, okay? You click on New from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. And we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Very active today, actually, pretty active today. And this is the type of window that you're going to see. Okay, these are the alerts that happen today. And what I would do, number one, is when you load it, let me know if in the filter box is profitable trades checked, number one. Because if it is, uncheck it. Okay. More than likely, when you load it, it might it might say in this filter box. Now, I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to make sure you loaded it. Okay. So click on New from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, the middle one. Well, Pepe, then isn't that something that we've been wanting when something gets added to the long term? The issue would be okay, okay, because that would mean that I wonder if you can get a, and you probably get a sound alert. I wonder if you get a sound alert then, because that is what some IQ if he's around. Okay, so let me get back to Anu. So uncheck it, okay? Uncheck the profitable. I'm going to keep hammering at the company to uncheck it because the reason why you want to see it, the trades all day long. Number one, I don't know what sort of trader you are, but this is, you can use this like a watch list. The fact that the AI gives you an alert at a certain price doesn't mean you have to take it right there. Number one, okay, and also maybe it dips down below that price. Maybe it sets up better at a lower price. You never know. But the other thing is that when you load it, do you have these columns, the reentry time, price, and stop columns? And ask the company to have this as part of the default. So let me know if you see these columns, reentry time and reentry price, at least. Now you might have to stretch out your window a little bit, but let me know if you see them. If you don't, you can add them, but I just want to see what people are now are seeing when they load Brokerage Plus for the first time. Not Brokerage Plus, but the Holly AI strategies. Okay, so at least you see the reentry price. All right. I would also add, I think they should add the reentry time. Okay. So you can do this, right click, go down to columns, and then this is a list. First of all, yeah, we've got way too many options here. Way too many options. But just scroll down. You'll see it. It's alphabetical order. I would add at least the time too, so you can see what time it entered. Your entry time was entered. So all you have to do is left click on it. So you highlighted it and then arrow it over, left arrow it over. Okay, so it appears in the columns. Okay. Now, why is it important? Because this is what can happen. And some use the AI just this way. I'm not saying every day it's going to be great, but so for instance, the way in which you get a reentry price is if at some point during the day, here's for I'll use use IPSD as the example. We had an entry price or an alert price at 174 and the stop was at 168. If at any time during the day it hits the stop price, which it did, you just look at the chart, which it did, and then it comes halfway between the entry and that stop, which is 171, you'll get an alert for a reentry. So you may have taken it right off the bat, but if you didn't, or if you did and you got stopped out, but you could always then do it at the reentry. Or a lot of people, what they do is they just wait to see if there is a reentry. Notice that they're like not every stock has had a reentry. There are four of them today. So, for instance, not that this one was any good, but here's the NVVE. Now, admittedly, if you had taken it at 512, I mean, this popped way up here. Okay, so I mean that was a good one. But if you had missed it the first time, in theory, you could have looked at the reentry at 504. Obviously, it's below that now. I don't know from 504. That's why it's good to have the time to know when that happened. But this one, for instance, serve, okay? The alert was at 1578, and that was at 1022. And it wasn't bad. I mean, it got up to 1608. Not great though. I wouldn't call that great. But then if you waited for the reentry at 1569, it's a lot better. So a lot of people just wait for the reentry to see if there's any reentries during the course of the day. Some days you may not get any. Sometimes you'll get a few. And I'm not saying they're all going to work. But obviously, the reentry price is a better price than the original entry because it's going to be halfway between the original entry and the stop. Now, if you don't know this, and others who are listening, you can put a price, you can put a sound alert, okay, on this. So you can put a sound alert, right click, you go down to actions, and the play the sound, click the play the sound, set up the sound. You can use text to speech if you want. You can pick a female voice or a male voice, okay? Or you could use custom sound, click on the custom sound. Then where it says select a sound, these three folders are created for you, okay? And you can just right click on the folder and you'll see some sounds in here. So for instance, maybe you want the pig, okay? You highlight it, left click on it to highlight it. You open it, and then all this is in the guide, okay? I know I'm running through this, but you open it, then you can play it. And if you like the grunt, 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 then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window. You can do that with alert windows. So the whole idea of sound alerts is, of course, to have a different sound alert on your different windows, so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So you can get an alert, a sound alert, on the initial alert price, and also at a reentry price. So you'll know to look at the window. Now I've got to take a closer look at that long term, because that's what people have been waiting for, I thought. And I'm is it now 11:50, so I'll be taking my break pretty soon. But let me, as always, thank you, Pepe. Doesn't look like you can take, you can't create a sound alert on it, can you? That's the problem. Oh, okay. Because that'd be wonderful. What this is telling you, I mean, look at AUVS right now. UAVS right now. So you would have had the there was an entry, there was an original alert. You can see if I go to my daily chart, you can see the buy right there. Okay, that, on the daily chart, you will see uh, flags like a buy or a sell if it was short, previous AI alerts. And so now what that's telling you, so the signal must be so that was the signal. So that was the alert price. I'm assuming. Like a lunar. Hmm. So I can see what can happen. I mean, the stock could go up and down as long as it takes out the original alert price. You'll see it here, and these are the ones today, I guess. So let's take a look at the lunar 1862. Yeah, I mean, this is no question. I mean, that would be great to have a sound alert. Otherwise, you have to stare at the window. Hmm, really interesting. So I would have loved to have seen the lunar at 1860, but I'm still trying to figure out that signal price is the original signal or the last one, because remember, it could be alerted many times, many different days too. So I'm assuming that, well, that's on the, I want to see how that would have been it for lunar. January 2nd. There it is. Anybody you might know that might start with a P and end in an E? And here's another pet peeve I've got. Unless maybe if I make my chart really big, yeah, I mean it's covered up. It's great to have the box pop up, but I can't see it. See, to me, that looks like it was 1292. So I'm trying to figure out what this number means. Because that is not the original alert price. That is not the original alert price. It was more like 17 something. I wish I could see it a little better. You see how the box is popping up, but my pointer is, even my pointer is too big. Well, at any rate, yeah, it would be very nice to have an alert when something new shows up. That was a previous AI alert, because obviously he's now there's, I'm talking to myself, but yeah, so I don't know what that, I don't even know what that means then. The signal price is 120. I don't know what that means. Okay, here's the, well, have to look. So that was the entry. Okay, that was the entry on that day. Excuse me. It's right in front of me. But 120, what does that mean? Because it was never 120 today. What does that signal price mean? That's the question. Yeah, I do see FLYX. I still have it thumbnail because it can't have been at today. I mean, signal price, it never hit. It was not ever at 120 today. So that's not it. Why not ask the developer? Yeah, I'm sure Pepe knows. It's really the first time I've seen this. Wow, guys, I got to get out of here pretty soon, so I better put my. Yeah, no, I can see that unusual. I can see it. Well, even an intraday trade, if I could understand what the signal price meant, I'll have to look at it a little bit more. Maybe Steve knows. Okay, he might know, so he's going to take over for me in a bit. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up now. Just give me a moment. And here's the link for YouTube. You guys want to head into? into our YouTube room while I take my break. Well, I hope somebody asked Dan the question. On yesterday, sorry, between 12 and 1, did anybody ask the question? When can we get an alert for when one of the previous AI trades or alerts comes becomes positive again from the original alert? I don't know if anybody asked the question. So, Def, I'll quickly answer you. It's not so much the question is how much is a lot of volume. I mean, obviously, the stock's got to be trading a little. Okay, guys, there's the Fly X also. It's coming back over 7. I mean, my minimum volume usually around two to 500,000, but it's more the relative volume. Okay, the relative volume is the key number, because let's just say a stock normally trades 500,000. Well, that's not abnormal. So, but if it's trading like on average over the course of a day, but if it's trading 4.5 million 9 times that, then it's abnormal. That's what I mean by a lot of volume. So it's not the actual number, but is it abnormal? And obviously, in this particular case, this is not. I mean, this is an extraordinary case for Fly X, 9,100 times normal. So now, most people will probably want to have some kind of a minimum volume that it's got to be, because you don't want to have 20,000, and that might be 1,000 times normal, because it normally only trades like 500 shares a day. I think I heard a little pop. Okay. Okay. One moment, Steve. Okay, guys. Steve is in our YouTube room now, so I will take my break. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I think I erased the message. Okay, I'll put the message back. Okay, guys, I will see you guys in about 1 hour in our main room. Wow. Good morning, Steve. Lots happening for me today.
What's that?
Lots happening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just didn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, no, it's just a lot happening. I was trying to answer somebody that asked me, what do I consider a lot of volume? And I was trying to say it's not so much the absolute volume, but is it abnormal? I mean, obviously you want a certain minimum volume. You don't want to see something that's trading 20,000 shares, but but is 500,000 shares, is that abnormal? Is 1 million shares, is that abnormal? Or is it just normal? So, our relative volume filter.
It depends how it looks on the chart. If you see a bunch of dots and dashes and Morse code and a couple of big prints, it's not worth it.
Right. But of course, you're looking also at more swing trade. We don't ever see anything like that in the scans I've got, because they're always trading abnormally. So
exactly, you're always trading high relative volume trades.
Yes, exactly. All right, let me catch my breath, rest my voice, and I'll see you in about 5 to the hour. Right? Okay.
Sounds good. Hey, everybody. Is wrap a lot of volume? Well, I'll take a look. Visually, yeah, that's plenty of volume. I see the $1 million, $2 million share, share size. I see this big volume right here. We've got relative volume at 2.6. Without a doubt, that's decent volume. I would say on the flip side, on the price action, let me grab my pen. On the price action side, we've had a pretty good bounce down here from $2.11 all the way up to $2.91, and a bit reversal, a bit wicky here. And when you see this big topping tail on the daily, here's the big blow up on the open, and then it collapsed. Basically, all of that went to fresh new lows, and now it's trapped here under this 10 SMA. So volume is there, but the price action is starting to get a little suspect, if you want my opinion. But all right, happy birthday. Hey, IBIT's looking better there. I've been looking at the Trading View 1 hour chart. I kind of like this 1 hour chart because we can see we're breaking a nice little trend there. We just need to continue that today. I'll go over my positions in a minute. There's a lot going on. And silver, which is part of my position core, is underneath that. It's still trying to break through. This is a 1 hour chart. Oops, horrible line. On Trading View, it's funny. I was using the futures all this time, and they were 20 minutes delayed, and that was just dumb. So I finally figured out how to just pop the spot in here, XAG USD and XAU USD for gold. Basically gives you real-time spot prices. And that's all I really need. All right. Let's see. How are you hoping to pick your brain about buy alerts, money machine management? I haven't been using the money machine, but money management is money management. And I know Dan was in yesterday. I didn't get a chance to listen to the whole hour, but he dropped off a scan with me. It's this thing right here. And this is as far as we can play with this one here if we want. We got a lot of time, but just let me show you. Dan handed me this yesterday, and he might have shared that with you, but we have to use top lists for the money machine, as most of you probably know. And in the filter set, Dan just kind of went down the change in minute fraction fractal filters and just made sure that every little time frame, it looks like, is at least positive. That seems to be the gist of it. Relative volume, decent, and consecutive candles, decent. Like I said, an alert, and it buys and does the stop. Okay. Well, let's move into that slowly here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, collaborate this scan right here, copy all. And we will go in to Brokerage Plus, step 1, sign in. And we've got green. Okay. Now we can go into the money machine settings here. And we're going to do a couple things. One is use price alerts for entries. That's the symbol, a check that you're going to want to use. If you set an alert, I think that's what you're talking about. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new, I grab these 3 dots right there. Or so I thought. Why can't I do that? Money machine settings. Huh. Why are those dots lined up? That's weird. Okay, so what I was trying to do is I was trying to move this scan that Dan created yesterday into a money machine strategy, but I can't for the life of me figure out why those 3 dots are not enabled. Those are all profiles, but I can't open. That's very weird. I haven't tried to play with this for a couple of days. Let's try something different. Okay, so I'm going to go back to your question specifically, Forrest Mo. And what we need to do is, I don't know if it's out yet when the new version comes out or whatever you guys have at the moment. I'm not quite sure, but when we do create a price alert, all right, we're now going to notice we've got this money machine strategy drop down. Hang on a second. I got to tell Dan I'm online. No, because it's under start. I could start money machine, but it's not running. Let me save profile. Maybe that's what it was. Let's try that now. Nope, still can't open up those 3 dots. So back to what I was talking about, right click, setting a price alert. We can now correspond this, I think this is what your question is, to the money machine. And so down here, we've got my price alerts, only long, only short. So we can put my price alerts in there. And we could say, now we want to correspond anything I'm setting with that in mind. So I could grab IBIT down here and actually lower it even more. And let's start the money machine because we haven't even done that yet. And let me actually stop it. Maybe that little hitch right there allowed me to get back into the menu. Starting and stopping. Nope, still can't get into that menu. All right, so we're going to start the money machine so it's on. And then we can set a couple of price alerts. Now that IBIT being one of them. Let's see, maybe some of these silver stocks I'm in might do something. Maybe some more crypto. Yeah, let's do this XRPI. Okay, there's IBIT. And bam, there it is. Look at it, works. Amazing. So I'm long now. Now, you're asking me how to manage it because as you can see, we don't really have, oh shit, I didn't mean to stop it. God darn it. Now, let me go back into it. Point being is it did trigger. Yeah, so this is exactly what I've been playing with, but can you get a buy with an alert? Just trying to figure out why. Hang on a second. I'm wondering why I can't get buy with an alert. Well, you should be able to, and that's what I was going to try and demonstrate there. But I'm not able to get into those three dots and oh shoot, I didn't mean to close that either. Hang on a second. Back to my price alerts. Let me just minimize those. Let's set one again. Start money machine. Now these are two different functions. We're doing manual entries because this is something that you like. So if I'm going to create a price alert because I like this, it's still connected to my price alerts. So I can click OK. The money machine is running. So if that triggers, it should load in to the proper amount of position sizes that you have set for everything else, of course. But as far as managing it, alert in a chart. I don't know what alert in a chart means. Do you mean the targets and the stops? Okay, right click, create price alert. We'll go back to IBIT. I just did XRPI. Okay, I'm going to cancel this, right click. Delete. I'm going to start over. Okay, IBIT. Right at the top of that wick, I'm going to right click, create price alert. From this window, create price alert, you want to make sure the money machine strategy is dropped down. You can say, only go long if they trigger or only go short if they trigger. You could use that as a short candidate as well, which is smart. But just my price alerts alone will allow that to trigger. And I'm going to save that. And as long as we've got the money machine running, it says stop money machine. So we know it's running. If that triggers or the other one triggers, they're going to be loaded in here. And then you have to manage them manually. All we're doing is we're getting your price alerts automatically executed using the money machine as, the pathway. Let me back up a little bit. Dave, am I still interested in MindMed? I was talking to Brian Shannon about that the other day. MindMed is I saw it today. I didn't have enough money to buy it, but it's so tricky. I mean, it has its moments and then it just dies and it gets really squirrely, but I love the company. Probably on the heels of everything the Department of Health said yesterday with the new guidelines for food and all that stuff. I think people are just kind of getting more of a mindset of this type of treatment stuff. The story is there and the chart is coming. I haven't played it in a while. Kind of mad at it lately. I need to stop well, I've tried that. Watch, I will do that right now. Stop money machine. Money machine setup. 3 dots. Clicking away at the 3 dots. I'm going to have to talk to Brad or Dan after I get off the webinar here and say what's up because this is a developer's version and I need to show them that. So I'm not able to demonstrate that apparently. Let's talk about this one. I saw somebody yesterday maybe talk about UAVS. This is my biggest trade of the year. kind of walk you through it. There's a lot going on. I was not happy back here holding on to it, but I kept telling myself, you know, got the January effect coming up, which is basically small cap stocks that were beaten into oblivion because of tax loss selling into the end of the year wind up sometimes getting a nice little pop at the first of the year. That's called the January effect. And I was looking for a few of them. I'm currently in another one right here, Pew. We'll get to that. Let me just check on that, by the way. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I like this one. This trade, this trade hasn't gone yet. You guys might want to keep an eye on this one. SW Smith & Wesson is another gun manufacturer. Well, PW is a gun manufacturer. If you're into that kind of stuff, this chart looks really juicy. But UAVS, I carried into the new year, and boy, was I happy I did, because they literally held back their PR until the new year of a military contract. Thank you very much. So my patience, I wasn't happy. I was underwater, you know, pretty good. And that was what we call a pro gap, where the gap breaks in the opposite direction of the downtrend with giant volume, catches everybody off guard. And the second day, I started scalping right here to about a half position. And then yesterday, I just watched it slowly bleed. I bought another quarter position at the 130. And then this morning, I'll show you what made me buy another. So I'm back in a full position. Well, I was back in a full position. I was bidding $1.28. And pre-market, I saw this little spike right there. And I said, oh, I want to go back to a full position. And I got hit at 128 right there. The little red candle hit me. Back to a full position, and then back to fading out again. Currently, I have half left again. So I've literally traded around half the position while maintaining half as a core. So sold some. I mean, I kept looking left and putting in resistance line, and you know, I did about 3 different sells, little small chunks along the way. But I want to highlight to you guys, look at the pullback. Where did it didn't even want to touch that 10 SMA. So this is why I use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart to gauge the pullbacks. If they turn around and the bidders get aggressive again at that line, I'm staying in, you know. So you can see I've got another line up here drawn. If it gets to there, I might sell some. Actually, I might have an open order, and let me see. I do have an open order, and I'm going to cancel it. Yeah, I'm going to cancel that. Feeling confident. So I can't complain one moment the way I've just kind of traded around. There's a perfect anatomy of a trade around is what I'm talking about. You know, I anticipated hopefully a January effect. I got the PR I wanted. I waited for the second day, faded out of half, waited for it to pull back, bought a quarter here, and then bought another quarter pre-market. And I think what happened is the news of the defense budget increased yesterday. Stocks like ONDS and UMAC, I mean, all the drone stocks kind of have that military backdrop to them. XRPI, now we can look at the ETF, as you say, yes, it's back to the 50, and it has been kind of behaving like that. That's one way to look at it, but it's kind of hard because that's a 24-hour market. Go to XRPI, it's looking really nice. What I put in here is a 5-day moving average. That blue line is a 5-day. And we can see XRP yesterday. Yeah, this is an hour chart. Tried to hold that 5-day and then broke it. But now we're, you know, trying to come back underneath it. You know me, I'm super bullish on XRPI. I've been talking about it for over 2 years now. So sorry about the inability to demonstrate more of the money machine because I just can't get anything to load here. And I'm going to talk to Brad after I hang up. How long of a hold do you think it is? Are you talking about XRP or UAVS? I have no sell plan for XRP. There's no selling of that for me. Leasing it out, staking it, and letting the banks pay me a passive yield for it. Yeah, there you go. I have no plans on selling it. Let me show you what I'm also long. So we've got, two different things going on here. We've got Bitcoin. Oops, shit. Bitcoin is a store of value. Consider Bitcoin digital gold. That's all it is. There's no utility to it. When they first invented it, people are like, oh, great, we're going to run the economy on this. No, you can't. It's too expensive. It's too slow. It's too clunky. That's why the people who were kind of in the original Bitcoin development moved over to XRP and created Ripple's XRP, which can handle giant scales of processes, thousands of them per second, for extremely cheap prices. And so this becomes the buffer of liquidity of the new financial rails that are coming, especially from cross-border payments, one currency to the other in 3 seconds converted digitally. That's what XRP is. And all those tokens run on the same kind of platform called ISO 20022. So I've got XRP, which is the bank, the financial institutional one. I've got XLM, same rails, but this is like Venmo. This is peer-to-peer. XLM is peer-to-peer. HBAR is enterprise. It's like super cheap, super fast licensing for validating subscriptions and tokens and things like that. XDC, I really didn't even know what this one is, but I bought it. And then lastly, I got back into Doge. I just feel like something's coming with him, with Elon. All right, so if I missed any questions, let me back up. I can go through my trades that I'm in right now. Yeah, MindMed super squirrely. All right, I think I caught up. I'll go through my my trades. Talked about UVS. That's working out very well. My plan is to let that continue to go. That anchored view up doesn't look right, but I'm gonna let this thing work. Only because that giant pro gap with the spike in volume, it's just kind of a game changer. I think this thing should be able to get up above $2. DJT, I've been in this one for a while. And if you don't know, this stock is no longer just what it was before. It's now part of the nuclear arsenal, but energy using fusion technology, not fission. All the other ones use fission, which has the dirty byproduct and the waste, whereas fusion handles it with no waste. And so it's a whole new technology. A company named TAE, T Atomic Energy, and DJT merged. So DJT saw the need, all these data centers and AI, the power is limiting, and there's going to be a tremendous demand for power, and the sooner they can get these things online, the better. So you have to consider DJT now as also a nuclear stock. CDE and AG. These are two miners. The mining game is really interesting, watching silver doing what it's doing. The miners are waiting for like literal confirmation that it's not just a one-hit wonder. And if silver digs in again and puts another higher low and starts moving back to highs, the miners might say, okay, we can't take it anymore. Here's the SIL. And they all look the same. They're all consolidating. They could have a big week next week. But I am currently in CDE. Really nice chart there. I'm anticipating a nice move. Been sitting through a lot of trash. I've been sitting in this thing for a week. And AG, one of the biggest producers of silver, even stronger chart. So I'm in those two. I noticed last week that Southwest Airlines was just ripping back there a couple weeks ago. And so I started watching JetBlue and got back into JetBlue when it pulled back at the first of the year, about on January 2nd, right there at the 50-day SMA. I haven't sold a share. And that brings us to ABTC. I don't own any Bitcoin, but I think this might become my exposure to Bitcoin. I don't really have any plans to sell it. This is American Bitcoin. They seem to be trying to gain an edge on mining and doing a decent job so far. But as long as Bitcoin gets positive, you got companies like Hive and Riot. Riot and Mara. These are all miners, Bitcoin miners. So they all kind of have that same chart. They're trying to reverse their trends. ABTC really took a big hit when the insider sales unlocked and the people that wanted out puked it up. And it's really compressed down here. I'll take this setup any day of the week. Big push on that day. And then, 1, 2, 3 days of consolidation, including today. That's a nice setup for me. So as long as Bitcoin continues to behave, that one should be okay. And I'd like to hold on to that for a while. Bitcoin kind of showing the same thing. It slammed, IBIT slammed right into the 50, pulled back to the 10 and 20, showing some strength here. Pretty key pivotal point here. Do I know much about HUT? No, I don't. I'm just kind of beginning to learn. That's a nice looking chart. That's a really good looking chart. That flag is really juicy, isn't it? That's really nice. I forgot about that one. And I've got it starred too. Let me turn that off and back on. I must, because I don't see it in there. Maybe that'll reset it. I don't know much about them other than the chart seems decent. I wonder how they're going to get Fusion to profitability. Maybe approaches they're on their 5th generation, and they literally just, if you look at the news, they just applied for their first location to start doing site analysis. They've been doing it for a while. They've been around for a while, and so they needed a capital partner, and that's what DJT provided for them. So they provided the technology, and DJT provided the capital. And off they go. So if there is a fork in the road down the road where the people who chose Fusion over Fission for whatever reason, that's a pretty good edge. The best way to find the earliest data on most shorted stocks in the market, well, other than asking AI, we have a great, scan right here, which is what you see. If I turn this tree map off, we've got this basic top list. And so if I double click short float percent, we've got some, double click again. We get some crazy things where I forgot how they get above 100, but I don't know, options or whatever. But here's a list of the top shorted 60%, 50%. And so I'll give you this list and you can go through it and look at these charts individually. A stock, it's VRCA, 60% short, you could just basically put a price alert in there. And if it triggered, you put notes, 60% short, and let it sit, let it marinate. No, it hasn't been successful so far, but TAE is onto something. You should check it out. They're on their 5th generation of technology, and they're ready to go. So this can be looked at any way you want. You can sort it by however you want. And I choose to go, I'll just go back to tree map, and then I'll change it to change from the open. There we go. And so I'm going to dump that cloud link over there for you guys that want it. I hope so too. I'm betting on it, Dave. It would be a game changer. Just the ability to have to not worry about the waste is huge. You could scale that thing. So whole new different company now. It's not just social media and Bitcoin and prediction markets and, video platform. That's what it was before, but they were sitting on a ton of cash. And so they rolled the dice with their cash and said, we see the future. I mean, the people that are running that thing are pretty smart. They've been around in the government. So, oh man, UAVS, I think, is doing really well. Let's see. Let me see what else. Oh, Tesla. I've been in Tesla. Tesla was my best trader stock of the year last year. Wasn't giving me much opportunity this year until this morning. It gapped down and I took a chance on it. Bought a little bit pre-market and then added to it once I started seeing it green on the open. So I'm in the money in Tesla. Pew, I just talked about. I think this thing could go. It's a small cap, could have the January effect. The volume is, is kind of there. Don't lose sight of it. What you could do is just put an alert right there. The alert that I have in there is to tell me to sell it, which is really important. If I get a big move, this is my profit space right there. That's a pretty good upside. I'll take that. But if it gets here, I got to not get greedy and just take it, because more often than not, it might overshoot that and then pop back under. Rarely will I see a stock trade through and reverse its trend and trade through the 50-day moving average and close above the 50-day moving average on the same day. That's very rare. So if you're ever in one of these stocks that are in a downtrend and they get a giant blast and you find yourself all the way up at the 50-day moving average, which is declining, you'd be wise to sell at least half. And that's it. Oh, this morning I bought rum. I had a little bit of cash. I laugh. It's like the genie gave me one wish. What do I want to wish for? And I thought, that rum had some decent news yesterday for gamers and tokens and whatnot. And the 130 is flattening out here. And I thought, I'll just wait for it to pull back. And so when it opened up and went to lows down here, I grabbed some half size starter position. Nothing really special. But that's pretty much it for me. And, happy to look at any charts you guys have. It's, I think it's important to remember. Let me look at the Qs and spiders. I'll show you something here. We still have a half day to go, but look at the SPY. This is kind of a bullish setup. And I mean by this, low. What could the market be possibly waiting for to break out and trade above? Jeopardy music. Well, tomorrow we have the first of the new revised clean, non-governmental shutdown to be trusted jobs number. And if it's good, that's the kind of catalyst that could blast us off tomorrow. If it's bad, well, I don't know. Anybody's guess, but I know if it's good, the way the market is setting itself up, you're inching closer, just waiting for like a big headline for everybody to agree. Maybe things aren't going to be so bad. Again, I got sidetracked earlier with the money machine, but this was a scan Dan created, and it's empty at the moment, but I don't think I shared it yet. I'm going to share it because there's a lot of good stuff on there. It's just always popping through. Again, basically green on every little simple time frame on the change from with the normal relative volume. So, if things start popping into here, I'll keep an eye on that. We can look at them one by one. Because if you're looking for ideas, what that scan can do is it's not so much pull it up and buy it, but it's pull it up and make note of the name, write it down, create a watch list on the day, because the stocks that are coming through here are certainly in motion. This Tesla looks pretty good too. I think this might be a really good swing trade low. I'm really happy with that entry for the most part at the moment. Create a higher low on the daily. And then if that is the case, then I can ride this thing for, maybe a couple weeks. Whereas a stock like Pew, as I just mentioned, I could be out of this thing at the end of the day. Just give me that one big blast off to 363. I'll take it. I'll grab my cash and I'll go back tomorrow. Here we go, UAVS. No complaints. All right, guys, I can ramble, but feel free to ask questions if you have, whether it's trading related, trade ideas related, if you want me to look at a chart. I know I can get pretty macro focused here on the bigger picture, but I'm happy to look at whatever you guys want to look at. If you don't have a copy of, let me give you a copy of, here we go. So let's look at some names coming through here. Hey, that's strong. Daily chart, SBH, strong, could break out, one to watch. These are all names that are, look at the relative volume. Oh, that could be a reversal. That's interesting. So anything that comes through here is going to be in motion. And I think what you'd want to avoid is something that's run too far. And you see how they come and go quickly. That pen was kind of interesting. But regardless, let me give you a copy of this. And you guys can monitor this. Again, this is just something that can be used for, hey, I've got some capital. I'm looking for some ideas. Here's a window that's showing you everything that's doing well in the moment. And then lastly, I'm just going to talk about this, the market pulse. If you're not familiar, it just is a nice little, kind of an indicator dial for me to look at. Nothing more than new highs and 30-minute highs, using these criteria. Stocks 5 to 500 doing one. Anything on here is going to be doing one time normal relative volume, up and down, red and green. And what this tells us is, so far today, it's been running all day. We have an upward bias day in the stocks that are having volume. And then if we drill down into it, we can see, in the last couple of minutes here, we've got a little buy program. So when you see green spike up, it's kind of a market buy program. When the red spikes up, it's kind of a market sell program. I've got a short list of stocks that multiple reports say undervalued. All right, let's take a look. They say undervalued. What does the chart say? It's consolidating. Let me zoom out a little bit here. It's consolidating kind of a diamond pattern. So I would say anything above your key moment is going to be you see how back here it tried to get above the blue line? The 50-day moving average is holding it back. That's the one trigger you need, but you need it to close above that 50-day moving average and then hold, and then you got a green light. CORZ. Yes, same situation. Pinned under the 50-day moving average for the second time. Consolidating sideways. I like this. What is this stock? Scientific. Ooh, data processing. All right, I'm going to put a 20% short float. I'm going to put a price alert in that one for myself. And if it goes off, I'll evaluate it in 20 seconds and see what's up. Applied. A bit overbought for my liking, and you've got earnings. Oh, so coming off earnings yesterday. A little sloppy on that one. I like the prior one better. Cores. BOTF. Or is it BOF? No, BOTF. Did I spell that wrong? I think you spelled it wrong. I'm going to guess you meant BOFT. Nope. And iron. Iron, the same thing. It looks a lot like cores. Nice consolidation. Same thing under the 50. Another good one. What do we got here? New Zealand data processing. See, buy programs and sell programs. There's so much correlation in the market where you can pull up two charts that look exactly the same, and then you find out, they're in the same space. Well, yeah, ETFs and computers run everything. Their algorithms keep track of every correlation, and things just seem to get more and more correlated. So I'm going to put an alert right there for my own edification. A couple good setups there. Armpit trade and Wolf. Yes, until proven otherwise. So it could go either way. It really could go either way. So you just wait for confirmation, right? But yeah, that was a good list. What was that last one? The short float on iron. Oh, good short floats too. I like that. That's why I like that, and cores with 20%. So two interesting possibility setups that I'm giving myself an opportunity to participate in if I've got money and I'm shopping and looking for something to play with. Those could be timely. As far as the sectors, here's that pen again. As far as these sectors, change from the open, the home builders opened up the weakest and are now the strongest. XHB. The regional banks, pretty nice, pretty strong looking to me, regional banks. Silver, my buddy Silver, gapped down and just consolidating, looking for a reason, hopefully, to blast off. Retail. There's a thought I had about retail. Lower gas prices. The consumer is feeling a little stronger, and maybe that bleeds into the jobs numbers tomorrow. I don't know. That's probably a good early really tell, but if I had to guess, I'm hoping the jobs markets are a good surprise to the upside tomorrow. If so, it could be a nice finish to a big week. Moo. Okay, this is the agriculture stock. This probably has to do with what RFK said yesterday. Who knows? Just a guess. Silver stocks, SIL. I've got 2 of these, and I will take this simple little look at each day. They gap it down and buy it back. Gap it down, buy it back. Gap it down, buy it back. You ever see a pullback with 3 green candles? That's bullish, believe it or not. So, because it finishes each day near highs. You shorted Micron, huh? At the close, when it closed under the previous day. Yes, yes. Let me talk about that. So you've got a big move, another secondary big move, and then you got that tiny little doji. So when you get a big move, a push, and a pause, it can either become a go, pause, go. But if it's overbought, that little doji, you basically just move right there, and you create a price alert, and you say, if that narrow range, see a big push yesterday, day before, but if that narrow range that it created yesterday gives way to the upside, I buy it. If it gives way to the downside, I short it. And that was what I think you're talking about. Yep. But the important thing is that it closed under the previous day's high. It closed under the previous day's low as a doji candle. Because when you see a doji candle, you've got a war of attrition. You got 2 factions that just can't figure out who's in charge after a big move. And so after a big move, you get that battle where you have a narrow range battle. If the move continues in the same direction, you go with it. But if it fails, you sell for profits or you pound for short. You get in for a short. Because the key is that prior day narrow range. That's a really important aspect because it's had such a big move and then it finishes off with a narrow range. That's your key as to what it might do the following day, and you just go with it. Go around the horn here. So UAVS, I've already sold half again. No complaints, no worries. I'm liking the way this intraday here, DJT has now built itself a nice base above the 5-day and the rising 10. It's a really nice little pocket right there. More importantly, it pulled back deeply from the big push of the news of the nuclear merger, TAE. A nice bounce, 4 days of bounce, and then you've got to have pullback to move higher. You can't just keep moving higher. And the hardest part of swing trading is sitting through the pullback. That's the hardest part. Please tell me Pew wants to go to highs. That'd be nice. And do it with volume. See, oh, here we go. I was just going to say, I start to look here. When we start getting the highs, I look for volume to see if the 5-minute volume and the 1-minute volume is increasing. I mean, if it ticks up another couple, I want to see these numbers stay strong. Because this is a really important metric that Trade Ideas gives you. And I've got it right there. Relative volume tells you what it is for the day. But this volume, 1 minute and 5 minute, if the volume 5 minute can spike up above 200 or 300 and stay there for a while, that's a solid little backdrop indicator for you. Man, tomorrow's going to be a big day, isn't it? If the tariff announcement, oh, look at that. There's some volume coming in. What if we get good jobs numbers, but bad tariff numbers? I don't know. There's many different combinations of what can happen tomorrow, right? Well, I understand the prediction markets think one thing. I don't want that to happen. I think there's been enough of a demonstration that doing that would not be in the best interest of our improving economy, as we're getting some momentum going into that. But if it doesn't happen the way we all want it to, the administration wants it to, I'm sure there's a plan B. So there's always a plan B with this guy. Just watching that volume in Pew to see if it increases. It just keeps making noise and threatening, but doesn't do much. Oh, a nice push to highs in UAVS. I could offer out up there, but I don't know if I want to. I'm getting greedy because I already sold a half, you know. If I hadn't sold half, I'd be like, you better sell some now, Steve, or you're going to regret it. But I've already done that. So stick around. The scan that you shared your system, could you go to the config menu, specific filter, change 5, supposed to, okay. So this is Dan's scan. He created it yesterday. You can go to summary and it'll read yourself, you know, exactly in a summary form. But filter wise, it's 0.2% on the 2-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute. Well, he's got interesting. He's got he has 5-minute and 5-minute percent and 5-minute dollar. You can see he's got that twice. So 5-minute dollar and 5-minute 0.02% 5-minute. Okay. Consecutive candles has to be 2 green candles in a row. And then relative volume normal. Price no more than $20. ABTC has, yeah, I just saw Eric Trump gave an update. They're slowly climbing up the ladder of their competitors, which is Hut and Hive and Riot and Mara and all those other ones. Cypher. Something occurred to me, and it's a long shot, but what if the family, IBIT, nice. What if the family leveraged their newfound nuclear toy, TAE, the fusion technology, and gave his son Eric a really sweetheart deal for fusion energy cheaper than anybody else could get. And that creates an edge for that Bitcoin mine. What if that happened down the road? Wouldn't that be a headline? Just dreaming, that's all. Talking heads do seem to agree there's a plan B on tariffs. And I would say if I had to guess, that would be the midterms. That would be everybody that woke up and said, wait, what just happened? Why did you do that? And then it just gives him one more reason to say, well, I need you guys to vote for the right people in the midterms so we can take care of this, because right now the tariffs are by executive order. If we get the legislation to do it, which the current Congress is too chicken shit to do, well, legislation will override anything until it's, you know, unwound with legislation again, but that's unlikely. So that's probably plan B. So if it happens tomorrow and you see that headline, don't freak out. It's probably going to be all pushed into the midterms where it's done right and done correctly, not by executive order, but by legislation. All right. What do I think of NVO? I don't know about that one. Let me remember. Oh, Novo Nordisk. Yeah, healthcare, pharmaceuticals. I generally stay away from pharma and health, medical devices and things like that, because they're usually like all waiting for some sort of FDA approval on something. Not to mention this is a foreign stock, tons of gaps. So you lose overnight risk as the European markets trade this. It's a bit overbought. I wouldn't chase it up here, in my opinion. You could probably zoom back and then just say, you know, I'll set a price alert at or near this rising 5-day moving average. That's how I do this kind of thing all the time, you know, and I'll revisit things like I did with UAVS yesterday at the close. When I was watching this thing with a vicious pullback after a strong move up, low volume pullback, grinding it down, I said, I will take it again here any day of the week. The risk reward is just too good. I see IBIT continuing to come through. Let's take a look at the Hey, we're looking much better in Bitcoin. Could be helping this ABTC. Nice, doing just like it was in DJT, right there in the pocket, sitting above, perched above the 5-day moving average now. If IBIT continues higher, that might catch some sail wind. What do I think of? Oh, short. Okay, so it's overbought. You could short it. You could get a little break from it. But again, I don't like the gaps. I don't like the overnight loss of risk. If you did short it and you woke up and it gapped way down, you probably just take that gap and be happy. But I would rather short stocks that are bouncing up underneath their moving averages rather than stocks that are bouncing above their moving averages. So you're trying to short a strong stock rather than shorting a weak stock, essentially. Seeing some nice new green come through here. Just going to let that print for me. All right, guys, I got another 5 minutes or so. I just see it closing that. I mean, let me just make a good point here. You see something, and it doesn't really necessarily matter what I see because you may have seen something and it's a pattern in your mind that's worked before. So don't let me talk you out of it. Those are the reasons why I generally don't play ADRs because of the overnight gaps, and I also don't generally play pharmaceuticals. They could turn around and get an FDA approval on you, and you are toast as a short. So just keep that in mind. But what that does lead me to is one more concept I was thinking about, and I'm glad I thought about that. It's trading. You guys heard me. I'm going to zoom out here on this perspective. All right, the 5 minute. As I said, I was a little despondent, but I took it home in 2025 thinking maybe they'll get some news. Maybe it's a sandbag and January effect. Well, boom, I got it. I was lucky. So I started selling, sold half. So I'm sitting in half, watching it pull back, day one. Okay, no big deal. It was no big deal. Closing your high. All right, day two, gaps up. Oh, nope, lost the gap. All right, just let it. And then it pulls back to here. As I just said, I didn't even think twice, and that's the point I want to make. Do you know how the card counters in the casinos get kicked out? Do you know why they get kicked out? Because they know when to press, when they know when to stick their foot on the absolute gas to the bottom. And that's kind of what I did here. I bought big size in this thing because I had conviction. Now, conviction isn't something you learn overnight. It's something that you see over and over, and you go, man, I have conviction. If you tell that to yourself and you just buy a measly little normal size, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to make that separation from the winning trades and the losing trades. That's what card counters do. They go into the casino and they bet and they bet and they bet. And all of a sudden the card count gets really juicy and they know it. And all of a sudden their stack starts getting really big. That's what you've got to kind of transpose into trading. And that's an example I wanted to show you that I did. Nice XRPI. I did that. I had conviction. I stayed with half, and I could have just stayed with the half, but I said, I'm going to kill myself if I don't add right here because I've got the utmost conviction. This is the lowest it's going to go. Boom, add. Didn't even think twice. And that mentality has certainly helped this trade continue on. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not saying for new traders to do that. I'm telling new traders to think about down the road. That's what you're going to need to do as you develop, an eye and a method and a pattern. But for traders that have been around for a few years and you do know what you're looking for, you got to remind yourself, sometimes I really got to put my foot on the gas to get some performance out of my account. I have ADHD and creative thinking mind, and it works against me. I can make shapes out of clouds. So I just see closing red. Funny you say that. I'm the exact same way. I've discovered through TikTok videos I have adult ADHD. Whatever they call that neurodivergent stuff out there these days. And I'm also extremely visual, right brain, musician, creative, visual. I don't get into the math of any of this stuff. It's all visual to me. So I'm right there with you, Teddy.
I'm a hybrid.
Same approach. You're a hybrid.
I'm a hybrid.
You got the numbers in there a little bit.
I got the numbers. I've got that set just based on my background. But, in doing this for so many years, you can't help but be visual when you stare at charts for 20 years and you start to see patterns and you just start to see. I mean, that you're right, though. I mean, listen, I want to ask you a question, though, about UAVS. I don't know if anybody asked you in the room. I didn't even realize, but we have that the long-term strategy AI. But we can't get a sound alert. I'm sure this has been asked. We can't get a sound alert when a stock is added to it. I noticed that UAVS was added today, and I think also Lunar was added today. And had we got a sound alert on those two being added today, those are the only two I saw that were added. It would have been wonderful, two wonderful trades. But you can't expect to just stare at a list of stocks and wait for something to. So I'm trying to figure out with our wonderful developers, I mean, we spend a lot of time doing lots of different types of things, which, you and I or others may not agree with. I think that is something that has to be. Why wouldn't we take advantage of some?
So let me get this straight. If I've got up and running, if I have the AI up and running and I've got long-term up and running, there's no alert sound, but somebody did hear an alert sound. Is that what you said?
Exactly. Yeah. If you go, I know you've got to run here, but if you go to new and then premium AI long-term strategy trades window, okay?
Yeah.
That's from the toolbar. So if you click on that,
I'm right there.
Okay. So now you have to click on the body. I don't know if you've done that already. Click on the body to show the data grid.
Okay.
Show the data grid. So you see what happened today. UAVS and Lunar at 9:35 today were added to this list. Now, how are you going to know that unless you are staring at the list all day long? I mean, there's only two today, and they were early.
Yeah.
And it's just that I think that how can we not have a price alert or sound alert?
You know what? I mean, since I'm going to the developers meeting in 5 minutes, I'll bring it up.
Okay. I mean, because it's obvious. You see, look, when you see the type and it says it's triggered on a new high. So therefore, there is a trigger of some sort that is triggering it. Why can't we just get the sound alert also?
I will ask them. That's a good question. That's how it works.
That's how it works. Okay, go to your meeting and let me know. Let me know what happens.
You're getting good answers. All right.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, there we go. Leaving studio.
Guys, let me take over. Oops. All right. Okay, I'm back in both rooms. And the only thing I have to do, I forgot to put my announcement back. Sorry, guys. I was on my break till now. Forgot to put it back. And just get my music going. All right. Boy, oh boy, the JCap. I know some of you, I think, might have taken the JCap. Now it's pulled back. It has pulled back somewhat, but that was a nice one from the Gap scanner early. What was the actual alert? Maybe it wasn't in the Gap scanner. I'm not sure where I saw that one then early. JCap. Yeah, it was a Gap up and go. And at 2166. Yeah, 2166 was the alert. And I mean, it popped up finally. A lot of volume. Sometimes it's just a lot of patience. Thank you, by the way, Unusual, for posting all that regarding. I'll take it. I'll actually reread it a little more closely. Now, the FLXX, guys, I mean, it still has that, to me, it's got that look, okay, that potential look of something. It hasn't pulled back, from the high, it's pulled back a bit, but from this area right here, it's still hanging around the 7 level. I mean, it's not been easy, but you'd like to see some volume come in, and maybe if it could only get back up to, the 720 mark and hold, and then boom, because the high of the day is way up here around almost $9. So you never know. That's why I'm just going to keep. I have this one thumbnailed. One of my thumbnail charts. One of my other monitors. All right, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock. So I think I'll do this. I'll go over my homepage for the last time today. Okay, putting my homepage link in. And I'll be pretty quick unless I get some questions about it. So again, here's the promo code you can use. You can get 30% off a premium annual, premium annual. Otherwise, you can get 25% off a standard annual. You can get 25% off a premium monthly and a standard monthly. First month only, okay? First month only. If you take out a monthly subscription, you get 25% off. First month only. You're going to take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. Scroll down a little bit. Oops. Before I do that, Steve was in our YouTube room for his hour. So he's the originator of the trades of the week. Here's how you can sign up for it. So you sign up for it and it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And signing up for it, if you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Take out a subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must go to the education section and getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory you do it. Don't have trade ideas, start off on the second video, go to the last one. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd want to try us. Try us for a month. Okay, it's not a long-term contract. If you don't like it within a month, just tell us. We'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, you click on the scan section. So you're at the top here. Scroll down. And so here are the ones that you can actually see. The large cap gainers is here. Biggest gainers is just a wide open race. You see some big percentage moves here as opposed to here. And the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Just take a couple of competing scans and run them off against each other. Which one is winning? Are there more up? Are there more to the upside versus more to the downside? And the pre-market actors up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumed is over here. I have a couple other scans. I have my gap scan up on my other monitor. And we have the combo scan and the momentum scan. I don't have these two up. So you could ask me questions about them if you want. If you don't know how to load them, if you're looking at this and saying, well, wouldn't mind trying it, but I have no idea how to get it onto my monitor, just let me know. I'll show you how. Serves had a bit of a choppy day, had a beautiful move up, then a beautiful move down, little pop up and down. Now maybe it's having its beautiful move up again. But certainly the first move was awesome. So I see this is an energy stock, just out of curiosity. Just want to see what XLE is doing, what the overall sector is doing. And the answer is, wow, good. That's a great move. Look at XLE. Wow, that is a great move. I mean, talk about the wave here. And again, if you want to know how to activate the wave on your charts as part of the standard service, that is about as beautiful as you're going to get. It's a narrow wave all the way up. The bottom of the bars are always they're basically always in contact with the top of the wave. Only a couple of times has a bar pierced the wave, but never got to the other side. So that helps you keep in the trade. And you look at a 5 minute, the same thing. That's a great from here. That's from about 11:56 on. So a little over an hour of just a beautiful wave pattern. All right, guys. So, good time to ask questions. I'm just going to come back from my break. Head is clear. Got the vacuuming done. Boy, I guess we have to watch it tomorrow, William. Okay, the IRMX. I have to watch it tomorrow. Who is it? Is it Wainwright? Dava? I mean, yeah, some of these price. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wainwright is, I think, notorious for that. Didn't even have to look. They're notorious of taking some stocks and putting these outlandish price targets on them. The CEO issued a letter to shareholders yesterday probably saying, don't give up on us, guys. Actually, even old EF Hutton is doing the same thing. I don't think they put a price target. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, they've got a $15 price target. Okay, on FBGL. And that's EF Hutton. So was it so they're, I mean, they're even more extreme. Just looking at my news headlines, that's all I'm doing. I don't see the one by Wainwright, but I'm sure you obviously read it somewhere. But it does seem a little preposterous, to look at a 32-cent stock and continue to put these ridiculous price targets. Well, they used to, William. Okay, George, in our YouTube room, can you walk me through how to set an alert from any buy or sell signal from the biggest gain? So, are you talking about Okay, George. First of all, can you hear me and see my screen? What I'm going to do? I'm talking to George Harris in our YouTube room. Before I continue, so it depends what you mean by a buy or sell signal. I have to just get a yes from you that you can hear me and see my screen before I don't want to just talk into the ether. You guys can hear me on YouTube, right? I unmuted the mic. George, can you hear me? No problem, Baba. I knew with you, I knew it'd be a stock under $1, and then when you said that price target, I figured it must have been Wainwright. So, but I figured for sure it was a stock under $1. Okay, George. Well, I need an answer if you can hear me. I don't want to explain something, and okay, there you are. Okay, so now, are you talking about these buy flags that you see, a buy and a sell flag? Are you talking about these ones that you see? I'm pointing at on my, here's on this. Doesn't really matter what stock I'm looking at, but are you talking about these buy flags and sell flags? Is that what you're talking about? Because if that's the case, we do not have a way to alert you to when a buy or sell flag shows up, if that is what you're talking about. I know there's a bit of a okay, so I know there's a bit of a lag in YouTube. So again, are you so you see what I'm pointing at right here? This is doesn't matter what symbol, but I'm pointing at a buy flag here. There's a buy flag here. There's a sell flag here, pointing at these. If that's what you're talking about, there's no way we can have an alert for that. Like to see it in the future, but right now, if that is what you're talking about, these buy flags and these sell flags, cannot have an alert. Yeah, I know. So for instance, you want to create an alert window and then have the trigger be when a buy flag shows up or when a sell flag shows up. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do it. Okay, sorry. Now, there is a scan that you can take a look at that will show you buy and sell flags, but you cannot control the scan. Yeah, so can't do it, George. Unfortunately, just cannot do it. There's no, at this point anyway, there's no way we can get an alert, a real-time alert when a buy flag shows up or a sell flag shows up. Okay. Now, if you can follow what I'm going to do, there is a scan that has been created that will show you buy flags. You cannot adjust the scan. If you click on New from the toolbar and then go down to Market Explorer window, click on it, left click on it, Market Explorer window. So again, New from the toolbar, go down to Market Explorer window, and then click on it, and then this window will pop up called My Market Explorer Strategy. You right click on it, and see where it says Select Strategy. When you hover over it, another box pops up. Okay, another box pops up. At the bottom is TradeWave. Another box pops up. Okay, and finally we get down to TradeWave by 5 minutes. So if you click on that, these are basically real-time alerts on a 5-minute chart. Okay, so let's take a look at time. It's 1:11. So take a look at PHAT. There should be a buy flag right there. Okay, there's a buy flag right there. You will get a real-time alert. If you want to call it a problem, you cannot adjust this scan. In other words, you can't say, well, I don't want to see this time frame. If you want to have a certain price range, the volume should be fine. Okay, the volume is always going to be fine. But you can click on these and just see what you think. Here's GMED. We'll see another buy flag. Now, does it mean, of course, that it's going to continue? And I looked at this, I would have seen, well, wait a minute, there was a buy flag a little earlier, then a sell flag, then a buy flag, kind of, a little iffy, a little bit unknown. Sometimes, you click on these and you might see, wow, okay, nice little, coming out of a nice pattern. So well, I mean, this is pretty good. Expensive stock. Actually, not that expensive. I thought it was $245. So, 69.10. So you would have had the alert at 69.10 right there. And from there. Now, do they all work listen, if they all worked like this, that's all I would do. Okay. I mean, that is really nice. And it's energy. It's an energy. And you saw I had XLE up and running before. And energy stocks are obviously in favor right now. So you can take this window if you want, and you can incorporate it as part of your layout, or you can just open. It does give you some alerts in the pre-market. What happened today? You can see, yeah. So there were some alerts at 8 o'clock, and it'll be every 5 minutes if there's an alert. Doesn't mean there is an alert every 5 minutes, but you can also see that at 9:30 it goes crazy right on the market open. I mean, look how many were at 9:30. So you probably drive yourself crazy. And it's every 5 minutes. If the pattern, if the right now I'm looking, I think there was one every 5 minutes today. See, there was not one at 10:30, as an example. At 10:30, there was not one. Why? Well, it's because it's not, know, this was created a long time ago by a gentleman who's no longer with Trade Ideas. And we should ask to see what the actual metrics are, because it's not just a matter of seeing a buy flag. Something else has to be happening too. Because otherwise, you every time you see a buy flag doesn't necessarily, you want to see something that might have a chance of a bit of a run. You can take a look at that. Again, you can incorporate this as part of your layout. I don't know what time you get up, but it will start working in the pre-market. Doesn't mean you'll get any. Again, the filters have to be met. There will be a minimum volume. Definitely, there will be a minimum volume. Hopefully, down the road, you'll be able to create your own alert window and use a buy or a sell flag as the trigger. Now, the other thing about this is that sometimes you might think, well, wait a minute, that alert was a little bit late. And that's because the candle had to close, okay? And it had to make sure that it was still a buy flag, if that makes sense. Because there's nothing that was a buy flag and it closed near the high. I don't think it has to close right at the high. But in theory, for instance, the I know it's hard to see, but the open was 1563. And it moved up to 1578. It's a 5 minute candle. What if it just sold off within the 5 minutes and got right back to the open of the candle, or even below it? I think that then that would not be a buy flag anymore. So it needs a confirmation that after 5 minutes, it did what it was supposed to. Now the problem can be sometimes is that the next candle could be really wide. So by the time you see this, maybe it's already run a bit. Nothing we can do about it. Otherwise, if we're not waiting for confirmations, you could get hundreds more alerts, stocks that, moving up and down within a 5 minute period. All make sense? So let's see if there is one at 115. Unfortunately, you can't put a sound alert on this either, fortunately. So you'd have to have this up and running and just glance, every 5 minutes, see if there's anything new. I'll see if there is one. I'll check the next one. Sometimes, I mean, it's a law of averages. I mean, you think here's one. No, no, not. I mean, when you get one, you click on the alert and you see what's happening. You might not like it, and then you just move on. So here's a little buy flag for NVVE. So I would, again, these are just, there's nothing, they're not infallible. Just waiting. Wouldn't you know it? So we're at 117 now. So I don't think there was one at 115. Well, if you want a commission-free broker, Alpaca is the one. Interactive Brokers, in order to direct trade, is still half a cent a share. Okay, for Interactive Brokers, I think Alpaca is free. So if that is a consideration, depending on how many trades you take a day, that might. I don't know I don't know anything about Alpaca other than we've been working with them for the last year. Interactive Brokers, of course, is very established. I'm not saying Alpaca is bad. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I have no experience. Alpaca, I don't believe is available in Canada where I am. So, but it may boil down to, commissions. Though I always, I don't know how great the fills are. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody in the room that has Alpaca, using Alpaca. How do you feel the fills are? So you get what you pay for. So, all right, Alpaca it is. Sounds good. It does sound good. I just always wonder about the fills. So, but I have no experience. I mean, Pepe probably would know. I know he's had Interactive Brokers. I think Pepe has Think or Swim, which I think is free. So he may say, they're both the same in terms of fills. Yeah. So as you know, Think or Swim does not. Now, is there any reason why you do want to do direct trading? Just out of curiosity, using Brokers Plus, is there any reason why you want to do that? So, so here's the deal, Jay. So as you know, well, first of all, the money machine will never be autopilot. Okay, never. I mean, it might be autopilot on the entries, but you're going to have to manage the exit. Now, I shouldn't say never, but I mean, it's certainly not in the near term future. But the exits have to be managed. So you will not be just if you're talking about. Oh, here's the gap. Just out of curiosity. So if the other thing too is that there's no release date yet for the money machine in terms of being able to attach to Alpaca or E Trade or Interactive Brokers. There's no release date yet. So, and the other thing too is that have you been using the money machine in simulation mode, which is the only way you can use it? And have you found a call it a top list window with the set of parameters that you like, and you appear making the money doing it? Yeah, I mean that's great if you are. So you are getting out. So you are actually manually exiting the trade. You're just talking about an auto entry then. You're not talking about complete autopilot. You're oh, okay. Well then, yeah, well, okay. I mean, but obviously then a commission-free broker will help because depending how many trades you're taking all day long. I have no experience with E-Trade. My only comment about E-Trade has been that if you're looking to take trades right at the open, sometimes E-Trade gets kind of jammed up. That is what William tells me anyway, and he has E-Trade. A little bothersome. So it depends. If you're not if you're not looking to take trades right at the open at 9:30, and there's William pulling no punches about his opinion of E-Trade. I don't think you don't use E-Trade. You use Fidelity. E-Trade is something more long term for you. And now, by the way, Baba, you asked about question really should be for William. William is gave us the wonderful alert 2 days ago on Hill. I mean, William did not think it was that bad, even on the day that it got hammered down. So we were able, I don't know if you're in the room, man, but we were able to, some of us anyway, were able to take a beautiful intraday trade anyway. I think William held on to a piece. He was in at 590, I think. I was in at 620. I was out the same day, but I think William said he was going to hang on to like 10% or something. But, obviously it's got a ton of room. I don't think William has ever had alpaca, but the way he's talking, alpaca has been pretty good working with us. So, but again, it's all about the fills. I just have no idea, how good the fills are. Pepe's only used the alpaca paper account. Do you have any opinion, Pepe, as far as IB and having to pay half a cent a share? So yes, but do you have a feeling that you get, better fills, or does it matter? Doesn't matter. Okay, so there you go. So the fills are not an issue then, as far as Pepe is concerned. So I would try alpaca. E-Trade doesn't appear to be in favor from one user anyway. Well, here's another one, guys. The gap at 28.60. We had an alert right here, 28.60. And right now, so 20 cents from that alert. Not bad. Yeah, this is something I'd never trade because it's too expensive for me. So I don't click on it. But so if it's you can't control that, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like unless you're looking at 9:30 when you're inundated with alerts. But later on in the day, you might only get two or three per time frame. And it might be interesting using it earlier on in the day. I mean, this is the gap has had a chance to meander around today, but maybe early on in the day, some of these buy flags are a lot better. I don't know. All right, guys, it's almost 1:30, 1:27 to be exact, and so I may only have about 30 minutes left. If I take off at 2, I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William will keep the main room open until 3:45. So after I leave, the room will still be open. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. But YouTubers, you can always come over into the main room. All right, guys. Well, CGTL just booking above $2 now. Another one with a ton of room. Look at the monthly chart. Lots of room up to 274. Not saying it's going to get there, but a lot of room there. Big day today, up 83%. Don't really remember seeing this in the pre-market. Don't know if it really moved that much in the pre-market. Okay, HOUS, which is being, looks like they're being bought by COMP. So this has been, so a little bit of a change now for HOUS. Yesterday was way up here, around a little over 18. Was it choppy in the pre-market? Okay, thank you, Monica. Don't really recall seeing it. It was not, it's not on my list of the things that I saw in the pre-market. So, whew. Okay, now this is a gap up and go, guys. Now, you know the 1 o'clock, 1845 was the alert, so it's a little bit moving a little bit, but there's the high looking left. Well, it's right there. Next high looking left. You know, it's got a little bit of room. 1941 has a little bit of room on the daily chart. Not a lot of volume. You know, 335,000 shares early on in the day. That would have been fine, but you would think it'd have more volume by now. Looks like it's an IP. I know I talked about this in the pre-market because I remember seeing this and saying this was an IPO a couple of months ago. Oh, I have no idea. Unusual. You got to have a lot of experience doing that. I mean, you know, that's why I don't like trading at 9:30 or just because for me stocks are just too too active in the first 15 minutes, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, there are some that just keep rolling, but for me, there's no guarantee that that's what's going to happen. You're looking at some of so the question is, you don't want to sit at a computer all day. I get it. I love it. but, to trade in the first 15 minutes, can I tell you? I mean, I don't know if I'm sure there are some people who can make money. I never was able to, not in the first 15 minutes. But that's just me. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there that say, "Well, you're crazy." They're able to find stocks that just race for the first 15 and don't have like serious pullbacks. Because where are you going to put a stop? You get shaken out a lot. And that's the problem, though. We see all these pre-market ones that are really running in the pre-market. There's just no guarantee that at 9:30 it's going to continue in the direction you want. I used to. I mean, I used to try to do it right at 9:30. This is many, many years ago, and as the other Barry with a Y is saying, yeah, I had some nice wins, but boy, it would have a. It wasn't even a loss. The dollar amount was a lot on an individual trade, but what can happen is that you can start to revenge. Well, kind of make up trades. You lose the first one, double up on your second one. In other words, double up on your risk, how much you're risking on the trade, and because you want to get it back. I just found it was bad for my psyche, put me in a sour mood, and I always felt like I was playing catch up for the rest of the day. So yeah, I'm completely fine with having a stock that just runs right from the beginning. And I say, man, I wish I got into that. Yeah, but there could be 10 others that I may have thought would have done that didn't. But yeah, messes with your head. It puts you in a sour mood. My guess is that you'd have better chances if you wait 15 and then gone by 11:30. But I can't tell you. Oh, it's feasible. If anything is feasible. You get the right ones. Anything is feasible. I mean, that's certainly enough time. Boy, this has been all over the place, hasn't it? SXTC. I mean, the big pop up and the drop, $6 down to wow, cut in half. Also, I mean, it depends. Are you really looking for the volatile ones, or are you looking for more stable type? The larger cap stocks than usual. Because the volatile ones, I mean, sure, they'll give you the biggest bang for the buck, but you've got to you've got to be nimble sometimes. It just doesn't look like FlyX is going to do it. What time is it now? 1:37. Yeah, I would have thought by now if it was going to. Yeah, I don't think it's going to do it. It's really. I was hoping it would hang in this area just underneath $7. Hang, hang, hang. But it's really starting to trade off now, sell off now. No shorts available for me. All right, William, MRX. I do see it's poking its nose over 5. A little bit of volume came in.
So they put out another press release. Well, they didn't put it out, but Leerink says that whatever they put out was encouraging, even though the market has just absolutely slammed them. Who knows? Maybe Leerink's got a bunch of customers, lots of the shares. So they're trying to even compare it to, I guess RVMD has a similar drug, and they're trying to say, but they may have a safety advantage that could facilitate a niche in frailer, more frail parents, patients. Definitely will have this one. I'll be watching this one tomorrow. Was this a tremendous overreaction down 40%? William seems to think so. Seems to think so. So that's what William was saying earlier, because I tend to ask him in the pre-market when I see some bio that's been beaten up. I ask him if he wouldn't mind taking a look to see, first of all, is it being beaten up, and that's the only drug they've got in their pipeline, and so what's going to happen? How much cash they've got? I don't look at. William is way. Well, I know he just looks at a few websites, and I just don't have the time to do it. But William does it, and so when he said he couldn't, as his words were, he's scratching his head to figure out why did this get hammered so badly, because he read the press release. It didn't seem that bad. So that's why watch it tomorrow. Well, pump and dump, as long as you can take advantage of the middle two-thirds, but this is just ripping now and just got halted again. We've seen this one before. Let's go back a few. Yeah, so this is actually, have they done a bunch of reverse splits? I don't remember. They must have, because I don't think this stock was ever up at $600. But if they've done, the float is 114 million shares, if that can be believed. Yeah, I don't, because the stock was never $1,000, nor was it $2,000. I don't think. No, maybe it was. Maybe it was this that crazy one that went up to 2,300 or 2,500. I guess it. Yeah, I guess this is the one that did that nonsense back in 2021. I do remember this one now. So that was a true price.
This is what you're talking about, Tony Dredd launches Strategic AI Insights Initiative. Plans to strategically develop and operate a series of offline AI supported traditional Chinese medicine consultation stores across China. All right. Now, would I hold this overnight? Nope. But could wake up tomorrow. Could be $10. Could be $10 today. Here's their right here, 656 potential open from the 594 halt. Guys, I probably shouldn't do this, but I've been wanting to ask this question. I only got another 15 minutes or so. Just anybody out there have an Aura ring? I have one. I got one for Christmas. Just wondering how you're finding it. Tilray. So Tilray has earnings after hours, and they will be reporting losses. So I guess how much how much will those losses be? No Aura ringers out there? Okay. So if they come in at only 8 cents a share loss, speaking of Aura, it's telling me to get up and move my, you know what? Okay, just give me a moment. Guys, I might be wrong. Look at Flex now or Fly X. I might be wrong. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I mean, that's a it got all the way down to 620, and so a 60-cent pop from there. A little bit of volume coming in, and you can see, you just have to look at the race. You can see what happened. So even though I didn't go over the race at all really today and how to construct it, but this is also you can also use races for pullbacks because the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day for it to show up here. Look at the FL, well, the last winner, Fly X, was way down here, but it was moving the most in the list of stocks that make up this race. All right, Bed Bath and Beyond. Still, hmm, Hey, this has got a little bit of room, guys. The SGRY, a little bit of room to the 59 level. Just looking at the daily chart. If I can take that out, maybe tomorrow though. 620, sorry, 1627, 1659, and then the next highs are up here at 1744. So why not just put a price alert in that area and see maybe tomorrow, maybe today, but maybe tomorrow it takes out that and continues to, there's a lot of resistance up in the 1750 mark though. Do I think that BW? Do I think? Well, let's see. Well, I mean, I don't know, of course, but let's take a look at what it looks like. So there was news. Okay, BW rise on Siemens deal for data center project. Okay, so that was well, BW is the wrong stock. No, no, I know. I had a. I know what you mean. I had the Canadian. Um, well, it's at the next high in the weekly chart is pretty close, 777. So I mean that could block it. That high right there is sort of there, 755. That high. So the next high in the weekly is around 777. It's been pretty nice, but whether it's going to continue, whether it can take out that high right there, don't know. That's 2 months ago, the same high. A lot of volume, but do I know? I cannot predict it, of course, but so far there hasn't been giant pullbacks. But I always get wary of a stock getting close to either a daily or a weekly high. Oh, there are some shorts for me. 14,000 at Interactive Brokers for SXTC mesh. Would have been a nice one. I don't know why. I'm typing in BW and this is popping up instead of yeah. I mean, I would just be a little wary of that 775, that next high looking left. So it's not that far away, 20 cents away, 19 cents away. There was another AI long strategies that I was looking at, and I can't find it. This is the one I was looking at. Okay. So this is the one I was looking at. I was looking at the change from the entry. Okay, so these are still down from the AI alerts. Okay, so this AI, this was on. I probably have to stand. Yeah, so that's back on December 4th. Okay, and there's a mix of long and short in here. So you could. I just want to see the long ones right now. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see this is what I was looking for, Pepe. Okay, so you can see that this one, JetBlue, as an example, the entry was at 508. It's at 507 now. Okay, so what I did was I just looked at the change from the entry and try to get close to and this one is just 22 cents above percent wise. Which okay, 0.22%. So that's why this looks very much the same. So you never know. I mean, this looking at this, the CNTV had the alert. When was it? On quite a while ago, November 17th. The alert was at 226. It's at 226 now. Now that might be too long ago because who knows what happened in the interim. It could have been popping up and down, up and down. I probably want to see something that's a little closer, maybe no more than a month ago, if that makes sense. So you can see that the entry, the alert was at 498. It's at 419 now. Obviously not good. The problem is this happened in November 11th, and who knows? I mean, November 11th, it's 2 months ago. Could have been many times where it actually got above that entry price. Have to look at the chart. Anyway, that's what I was kind of looking at to see how close are stocks to getting into the money by sorting on the change from the close and change from the not change from the close, but the change from the entry column. Whereas you can see that UAVS is up 58% from the entry. Entry meaning on the day, and that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that was January 2nd. Yeah, it's or only January 8th, so that's an awesome, continuation. There's a big percentage move start from the original alerts, and how that was December 12th. Okay, a little right. So I can sort on the time column.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. If I only want to go back a month, I could just, first of all, I could pop this out. So now it's free floating, and then I can have some fun with it. Kind of sort on the entry time. Not, I don't want to go back more than a month, and then just check. I have to scroll down the list of stocks, but just check to see how close they are to the entry. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. So if there are no more questions, I think I'm going to take off now. I'm going to fiddle around with this perhaps. No questions. Okay. For those of you who are on YouTube, I do have to shut YouTube down. So you can come into the main room if you want. It'll be open till 3:45. It's for YouTubers, okay? So you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and where you see trading room, you can come into the trading room. This room will be open at 3:45. It also opens at 6:45, 6:45 every day. Not every day, Monday to Friday. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I'm going to take off now. So thanks for all the help all day long. And we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9. We'll see you tomorrow. Muting myself now in the main room. I will keep my screen up and running. I have to shut down YouTube.